series, it's all about condition rarity. And there are a lot of Morgan dollars that have tremendous condition rarity, despite original mintages in the millions. And if you want one of these in uncirculated condition, it may cost you tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I just have a few examples to show you. 1884S. They struck them in the millions, okay? 1884S. Here's one in MS-64. It's over $100,000. Here's another 1884S. Again, they struck several million of these. You find one in heavily circulated condition. It's not that expensive, but here's one, you know, unk details, cleaning, it's still $8,000. Here's a 92S. Again, they struck over 1 million examples. But try finding one in mint state. Here's the lowest possible mint state grade, MS-60. Anything below a 60 is a circulated coin. That's the lowest mint state grade possible. MS-60, it's still a $35,000 coin. Folks, that was almost 10 years ago. It's, you know, appreciated considerably since then. Here's another one, a 1901P that I have here. They struck several million 01Ps, yet finding one in mint state condition. Here's one MS-64. $60,000. Now here is the lowest mintage issue in the series, the 93S. They only struck 100,000 examples of the 93S. But finding it in mint state is really, really difficult. So this is a coin that has a degree of absolute rarity, but incredible condition rarity. Folks, it's a 6-figure coin, and that's for an MS-60. It's a 6-figure coin. Last coin, 1879CC. They struck about 750,000, close to 1 million coins. Okay, so doesn't have tremendous absolute rarity. It's available. It's out there. But getting the coin in mint state, again, here's one in MS-64. This isn't quite as rare as some of those others you've seen, but it's a very, very rare coin. $13,000 for one there. Here's one for in the same grade MS-64. A little over $12,000. That's why when you look at the NGC or PCGS registries, and I have a reprint of the NGC registry here with me. This is from the NGC website, and it's a reprint of all the collectors that have sets listed in the NGC registry. It's quite substantial, folks. While you'll find more Morgan dollar collections featured by collectors around the country than any other series in U.S. numismatics, when you go through this thing is like a novella. I mean, there's thousands and thousands of collectors listed here with their Morgan dollar collections. You go through this complete NGC registry, and yet, with more collectors than any other series in the registry, all these collectors, dedicated collectors, who have been working on their Morgan collections for years, in some cases decades. The Morgan dollar registry has the fewest collectors with complete sets in uncirculated mint state condition. In the entire NGC registry, there are only 2 sets that are complete in mint state condition. And of the few sets, many of these coins are not gems. Some of them are MS-60s. Here's an example of a Morgan in MS-60 condition. And this is what most Morgan dollars look like that are uncirculated. Even though it's uncirculated, you can see they're usually heavily bag marked, because when these coins were struck, they were dumped into bins. One coin would fall on another, dumped into bags. They didn't receive any kind of special treatment. This is their usual, you know, if you find some of these dates, even in MS-60, as you saw the 92S, It's a $50,000 coin today in MS60. That's why I'm so excited about this Morgan dollar collection Jack and I are now able to offer. We have been working overtime, evenings, and weekends for the past year. Now, no, we don't have a complete set of Morgan dollars in mint state condition. That would be literally many millions of dollars. With this set we have today, though, for you, we are about halfway there. Our goal was to create the most comprehensive Morgan dollar collection possible in the finest condition possible at an affordable price that offers you the greatest possible future potential. Let's take another look at the Morgan dollar collection I have for you today. And again, what you're looking at are 50 different dates and mint marks in the Morgan dollar series in the finest, brilliant uncirculated MS64 condition. There are no unattractively toned examples, as is often the case when you find Morgan dollars in this high-grade condition. Folks, these are so superb, so few bag marks. And all Morgan dollars have bag marks. It's just a question of how many bag marks. Again, when you consider that these coins, how they were handled when they were struck, they were dumped. They're large, heavy coins, dumped into bins after striking, piling one on another, thrown into coin counting machines, being poured into bags of 1,000 coins each, to be thrown onto trains to be shipped to banks around the country. By the time the bank teller received these brand new uncirculated coins, they were generally a mess, as that example that Sasha showed you in MS60. These coins were hand-selected. These are the finest MS64s. Folks, you look at these 64s, and a lot of most of these I would call regrade candidates, crack-out candidates. They are so close, and to me, a lot of these look like they could be 65s. To assemble the 50 different Morgan dollar dates and mint marks you see here, in this condition, has never been attempted in the long history of coin TV. And this set, folks, is not priced in the millions of dollars. Of course not. If this set were priced at $1,000 a coin, though, that would put this set at $50,000. And at $50,000, you would own nearly half the entire Morgan dollar series. And they wouldn't be just MS60s or MS62s or just average MS64s. You would have the finest MS64s that you'll ever see with superb, brilliant surfaces. Coins superior in eye appeal to a lot of MS65 Morgan dollars. As you scan through these, look at these coins. Absolutely, incredibly pristine. The work Jack and I put into putting these sets together to find 64s of this quality that have that gem appearance, beautiful luster, no unattractive toning. This is a golden ticket. This is a golden ticket. This is an absolute grand slam of a numismatic opportunity. You will never find a set like this at any coin show. You'll never find a set like this on the internet. Yes, you can shop around at a major show, and at a lot of expense, you may be able to locate the most common first 12 or 15 dates of this set that you see here. But after those first 12 or 15 dates, the going starts to get pretty tough. And it gets even tougher when you get past the 30th coin. Because you see, folks, while these stunning, brilliant MS64 Morgan dollars on display may look like they are in random order, an 1881S followed by an 85O, followed by an 84O, followed by an 87P, such is not the case. Because what I have done to make this phenomenal set really easy to understand is to feature these coins on display in order of their condition rarity in the MS-64 condition you see them in. And I've got set 1 on the top row. And Sasha's got a chart that shows you the rarity of these coins in MS-64 condition. I actually have this complete 50 coin set broken down into 3 sets. And the set on the top row, I call it my superb top 20 Morgan collection. And the most common coin there in the 1881S, you can see they've graded about 200,000 examples in MS-64. Now, and as we go down the list, you see how they get progressively rarer in MS-64 condition. The last coin, the 78S, only 32,000 examples certified in 6.4. And when we start on the second row, the 21st coin picks up where the 78S leaves off. Now, 81S, folks, Sasha's going to give you a handshot of the one we have. You shop around on eBay. Here's one with unattractive toning for $450. Here's another one in MS-64. This is a more attractive example, $500. Okay, for a nice example, $500. Take a look at the 81S we have here for you. It's sensational. It's gorgeous. Beautiful, brilliant blazer, minimally marked. I mean, the coin looks gem. The second coin, the 1885-0. Here's one I found on eBay. Again, this has a toning that's happened like so many of them. Toning, not very attractive toning. $350 for that coin. Take a look at our 85-0 here. It's superb. Brilliant, just gorgeous, gorgeous eye appeal. Look at the 84-0. Exceptional. Absolutely exceptional. There's an 84-0 of $330 in 6.4 condition. 87p in 6.4. $460. Take a look at our 87p. You won't find a nicer 6.4. Stunning, stunning. Really, it's such a thrill to have 6.4s like this that look like 6.5s. Because again, you go to 6.5s, folks, a lot of these dates, you triple the price on them. And you get to the rare dates, you go from 6.4 to 6.5, you can increase the price by a factor of 10. The next date, the 04-0, here's one in 6.4, not very attractive. You know, the typical, kind of typical toning. $250. Take a look at ours. Got an 80S that follows. Take a look at it. There were 80S. The thing is semi-proof like. 86p, 83.0. Here's an 83.0 for $600. Again, not real attractive. Here's one that's a little better looking for, $495, $500. So figure $500 on that one. And take a look at ours. Now we're getting the next date, 79S. Beautiful 79S. We started with a coin, the 81S, that had an MS-64 population of about 200,000 coins, all right? We're down to the 79S, not even halfway through the set, and we're down to only 80,000 coins. We went from 200,000 down to 80,000. So already the coins are getting much more elusive in MS64 condition. The next date, the 21P. Look at the 21P in this set. Gorgeous 21P. Very high mintage date. Very few survive, like you see here. This is one of those dates among the highest mintages, but among the toughest Morgans in really, really nice condition. Here, there's a 98.0, the next one. Here's a comp for $330. And we got an 82S. Let's go to the 85P, Sasha. Here we're down to 60,000 coins in 6.4 condition. 85P. Here's one again. This is a PNG dealer. A lot of these guys offering these coins, PNG dealer, Professional Numismatist Guild. These are among the finest group of dealers you have to work with in the entire country. I'm a member of the PNG. It's about quality, integrity, knowledge. There's an 85P, a beautiful example, $500. And you take a look at ours. It is an absolute jewel. Going on down, date by date, 85P 020, only 55,000 certified. They are getting rare, and this is where they start to get very, very elusive, folks. To find an 020 in this kind of beautiful, brilliant condition, very difficult. You saw the more common dates are, many dealers are asking anywhere from $300 to $600 for the more common dates. Now we're getting to the rarest dates in this set. 020, so only 55,000. Get 99.0, the next coin, only 51,000. Okay, we're through 15 coins there. We got 5 to go. We go to the 100.0. Only 40,000 examples certified 6.4 and higher. Really, really tough date. The 96P. Notice how uniform they are in their eye appeal. No hazy examples. Again, nothing unattractive. Just the most select, high-grade, choice 6.4s you'll ever see. The 88P. Only 35,000 examples in 6.4 condition, folks. And then finally, we finish up with the 010 and the 78S. 20 coins. This is where you can see these coins start to get really rare, especially if you kick out all the examples that are low-end 6.4s. I mean, you see these 6.4 populations. You have to understand that many of them are low-end 6.4s. Many of them are unattractively toned. The beautiful examples you see on display probably total about 25% of those low numbers. In spending the months assembling these superb Morgan dollars that you saw in this first set for today's presentation, Jack and I were in the ear of the top Morgan dollar dealers and collectors on an almost daily basis to make sure we were first on the list for the finest MS64s when they became available. So over this last year, Jack and I have assembled 77 of these extraordinary top 20 MS64 sets, folks. And you could see so many top-rated dealers are selling average examples anywhere from $300 to $600. Some of them have them down to $250, $200, even $150. But if you just look at an average of just even $300 a coin, that comes to $6,000 for this set. We have this set one, the extraordinary top 20 Morgan set that I have for you today, for only $2,995 if you just get this first set. $2,995. That's just under $150 a coin. We do have a limit of 2 on these sets because at the end of the presentation, we're going to be offering the viewers out there all 3 sets at a special price. And we can't afford to sell out on any one of these sets, because then the viewers who want all 3 sets won't be able to get all 3 sets. So we do have a limit of 2 on this first set for only $2,995. Now let's go to the second set, folks. The second set is 14 coins. I'm calling it the extremely scarce state Morgan dollar collection number 2. And you can see coin number 21 there. This is where the coins start to get really, really rare, especially if you can't kick out all the examples that are low-end 64s or unattractively toned. The population numbers you see here, you could say about 25% of them are attractive, brilliant examples like we have for you today. And it's this smaller set with 14 coins. All the calls I would make, after 6 months of persistence that would make a woodpecker proud, Jack and I were able to assemble 17 of these sets, folks. And then an estate surfaced of Morgan dollars from a major collector who had passed away. He loved Morgan dollars. He would often buy them by the rolls back in the day that one could actually acquire a truly original roll of Morgan dollars in the 1970s and earlier. And there were many coins we needed in this collection we were able to acquire from this estate. And when all the smoke cleared, we have for you today 34 of these sets here, extremely scarce state Morgan dollars, 14 coins. Take a look at these, beginning with the very first one, the 1900p. 1900p. Only 30,900 in MS64, folks. Very few look like this example. This is just extraordinary. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous 1900p. The next coin is an 1889p. We're down to 28,000 in all grades of 64. Most 89ps do not have this kind of luster. They do not have this kind of eye appeal. I mean, these are so gem looking. Here's your typical 1880. The next coin is 83cc. Down to 24,000, folks. 83cc, $500. And some average toning that, again, these are all top-rated sellers where I'm showing you comps. This is a dealer with almost 100% positive feedback. $500 for that coin. And the next coin we have, 84cc. 84cc. Here's a comp for $550 for 84cc. Take a look at our 84cc. Sasha, let's put these side by side. When I tell viewers that the 6.4s we assembled were gem MS65 quality, so many of these could grade 65. There's an MS65, all right? Now again, take a look at our MS64. Thank you. This is where our expertise really benefits you, because it's all about getting the best possible eye appeal and quality for the grade, folks, and that's what we've done with this set. The next coin, 1883p. The next coin, 82cc. Here's a 6.4. A top-rated eBay seller wanting, again, $600 for his 82cc. Almost 7,000 happy customers. They like his coins, like his prices. 100% positive feedback, $600. Take a look at our 82cc. Outstanding. To find a Morgan dollar, these large, heavy coins, so close to perfection. So conservatively graded. Again, when you find the very finest 64s, there's that gray area in coin grading, folks, where on any given day, a 6.5 could grade 6.4 or a 6.4 could grade 6.5. these coins fall into that gray area. Now we get to the 88O. 88O, one of my favorite omens. You hardly ever find attractive examples of these coins in 6-4 condition. 98P comes next. Well struck 88O. That omen is so typically very softly struck. That thing is really well struck. Beautiful, 98P. '84P, we're down to 13,900 examples in MS64, PCGS and NGC combined. Here's one that's really unattractive, really unattractive. Of course, they're only asking $329 for it, but you know, a lot of it is because of the eye appeal. It's not a nice looking coin. And again, so many year 6-4s, they're like this. And this is auction price. That's what somebody, it could have been a dealer bought it for $329. And there's our 84P. Now we get down to the 97P, the 82P, 82P, 13,100 examples. We've got 3 dates to go. The 82O, one of my all-time favorites. Here's an 82P 6-4, $600. And then we have the 21D. Again, like the 21S and the 21, well, like the 21P. They struck them in high numbers, but very few 21Ds survive like this. Only 12,000 examples. Very few have this kind of eye appeal, folks. And the last coin, the 1903P, only 10,400 coins. Of those 10,400, maybe 2,000 have this kind of quality and eye appeal. So the work we put in putting these coins together for this set number 2, this extremely scarce date Morgan dollar collection, set number 2. 34 of these sets that we have for you today. 34. And folks, again, you see the comparable prices. $500 is very typical for coins of this rarity. That's around $7,000 for this set at $500 a coin for this 14-coin collection. We have them, while we have these 34 sets, folks, at less than $280 a coin. $3,895 for one of these sets. As with set 1, the top 20 set, there's a limit of 2. Gotta be a limit of 2 because we only have 34 of these. These were much, much tougher to put together. So we got set number 1 at the top 20 set for only $29.95. Set number 2, the extremely scarce date collection of only 14 coins for only $38.95. These much rare dates. And now we get to the third set, the third and final set, the Morgan Rarities Set 3, comprised of 16 of the most devilishly difficult coins to locate. In the condition you see these here today. Boy, this set was tough, beginning with the 21S, only 9,700 coins. You go halfway down, you're down to 7,000, 6,000 coins. And when you see the comparables on these, folks, the coin at the very bottom, 7-tail feather, reverse of 79, only 2,600 coins. Here we go. Set 3 begins with the 1921S. Only 9,700 examples in 6-4 condition. Folks, in 6-5 condition, I've seen these go for $5,000, $6,000, $7,000. In 6-5 condition. This is another one of those dates. They struck them in high numbers, but it's conditionally extremely scarce. Only 9,700 certified. And again, so many of those are unattractively toned. or low-end 64s. And that's coin number 1 in this set. The second coin, the 1880p. 1880p. Beautiful MS-64. So elusive, only 9,400 certified. Look at this coin. You rarely see an 80p in fully brilliant condition, fully struck, this superb. Followed by the 81p, only 9,000 examples. 9,000 examples. The 1890. This is a really tough one. 1890. 8,900 examples. When you start to get it, some of those dates around in the 1890s, look at this, fully struck. This is very, I mean, if this were ungraded out of the holder, there would be dealers who would be submitting these and collectors trying to get a 5 out of it, trying to get this coin into a 6.5 holder. It's that nice. And it's a very rare date. In 6.5 condition, this coin is in the thousands. Indeed, 6.4s dealers want $500, $600, $700 for this date. The next date, the 8110. Here's again a PNG dealer, top-rated dealer, over 23,000 happy customers. 8110, $1,600 in MS-64 condition from this top-rated eBay seller. $1,595. Take a look at our 8110. It's sensational. Just $1,600 for that one coin. $79p. Down to 8,200 certified. Here's another one of my favorites, 1878 with the reverse of 78 7-tail feather. MS-64. Look at this. The coin is actually a bit semi-PL. MS-64. Here's a dealer, again, a top-rated dealer who wants $1,500 for his MS-64. Again, another PNG dealer, over 23,000 happy customers. Folks, look at our 7-tail feather reverse of 78. And by the way, reverse of 78 refers to the fact that the eagle has a flat breast design. When they first started striking these coins, the eagle actually had a flat breast, and then what they would do is carve the feather detail into that breast. And late in the year 1878, they remodeled the eagle. They gave it a sculpted, rounded appearance, and that's called the round breast variety. That's typically what you'll find on Morgan dollars, and we're going to have a couple of comparison coins to show you later on, but this is the very rare flat breast, only 7,999 examples certified. This is among the finest I've ever seen in 6.4. I mean, you have the dealers asking $1,500 for it. This is a part of the set, folks. And there's 16 coins in this set. The next coin, 1899. 1899. Here's one in MS-64, $600. This is a very low mintage coin, 330,000 struck. Very low mintage. But in terms of condition rarity, it's not as rare as the 8 coins that follow, even though it's rare. Only 7,300 coins certified in MS-64. But now we get to the 90-0. Here they struck over 10 million coins, 10 million 90-0s, but only 69 certified in MS-64. And this is a spectacular specimen. This is another date that suffers from poor strikes. Here's a top-rated seller, folks. He's got a superb 90-0 in MS-64, a top-rated seller, $2,700 for his MS-64. Again, understandable when you get a superb, brilliant specimen this rare, The prices, you know, there is no gray sheet or blue sheet for really, really nice specimens of this rarity. And then we come to the next date, the 97S. The 97S. 5.8 million struck, but only 5,600 certified in 6.4. Here's one for $700. They're getting rarer and rarer. And now we have another one of my favorites. When we put these sets together, these are all our favorites. We've got a 90S here. Again, this is a date they struck over 8 million examples, but only 5,500 certified in 6.4 condition. You rarely see a 90S that looks like the example. Look at how clean these cheeks are in these coins in the fields. Virtual perfection. Here's a dealer, again, a nice 90S, an MS64, $995, $1,000 basically. And we still have 5 coins to go in this set. 5 rarer coins to go in this set, folks. 5 rare coins. O2P. O2P. Slightly rarer than the 90S. Ever slightly. The 90S was at 5,529 coins. O2P, 5,516 examples. Really tough date. Here's one in MS64. Again, another PNG dealer. And he's asking $2,000 for his O2P. And now the 1878 8 tail feather. This is a great coin. Again, this has the reverse of 78 design, but with the flat breast. They call it the 8 tail feather because the eagle has 8 tail feathers at the bottom. It's actually the first Morgan coin design ever struck. After they struck this coin, after they struck about 750,000 examples, they reduced the tail feathers to 7, but retained the flat breast design. This 8 tail feather, only 5,500 certified in 6.4. Here's a 6.5. Okay, it's a 6.5, but they're 6.5. They're sold in auction for over $5,000. You got to figure a 6.4 is at least 20% of that, folks. At least 20%, at the very minimum. For the 6.4 you see here, one last time on this stunning 6.4 because it is a superb 6.4. Absolutely superb. You rarely see a tail feather this superb. 3 coins left. The 87O, one of my all-time favorite O mints. So undervalued. They are so hard to find in this condition. Here's one, $885 on eBay. I know maybe I'm boring some of you folks with all these comparables, but this is just for our newer viewers who may not know that much about these Morgan dollars and how rare they are. Here you have an 87, only 4,600 graded in 6.4 of those. Again, maybe 1,000 coins are as superb as the specimen you see here. 2 coins to go, the 91S, only 3,600 graded. All-time super sleeper. And then lastly, the rarest P mint from 1878. 1878 with the reverse of 79 at the very end of the year at the Philadelphia Mint. They changed that reverse eagle design and gave it the rounded breast that you see here. And this is the rarest of all, folks. Only 2,600 certified. Now, I actually placed a proof version of this coin with a client. And it was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. This, to me, will be the first proof Morgan to ever bring $1 million, I believe, this coin. Now, When I sold it, it was a Proof 64 Cameo. I believe it's subsequently been regraded by the client, and it's now a 6.4 Plus Cameo. But this is the finest known specimen, extremely rare. And we have the mint state version today in beautiful MS64. Now, Sasha, if we could briefly take that reversive 79 and get that reversive 78, 1878, so we could put them side by side for our viewers so they can see the difference in the design of these two coins here. There's the round breast design, and as Sasha rolls it around, you can see, again, the eagle's breast, introduced late in 1878, only at the Philadelphia Mint, not at the Carson City or San Francisco Mints. You see the rounded breast of the eagle, a sculpted rounded breast. At the very end of the year, this is the toughest of all the Philadelphia Mint issues in beautiful MS64 condition. And the earlier vision, now we go to what we call the flat breast, and it's appropriate because this is the original design. And as we get a close-up and as Sasha rolls it around, you can see that the eagle's breast is actually flat with the feather details, sculpted into the breast of the eagle. And that's the significant difference. Now, folks, we've finished up set number 3 here. 6 months of work trying to put set number 3 together, all right? These 16 coins. 6 months of work, and we only had 5 sets to show for it for this presentation. And I was at the point where I was asking myself if this would be possible, that I would probably have to make a Morgan presentation featuring only set 1 and set 2. And it would still be a magnificent set because you'd have 34 beautiful, stunning MS64 Morgan dollars at a great price, less than $5,000 for all 34 coins. But in that Morgan estate that I previously spoke of, there were many of these much rarer dates, including some original rolls, again, that had been put back from the 1960s. And some had 7 or 8 examples in MS64. I mean, an original roll of 1878 Ps with the reverse of 79 Morgans. Now, that's incredible. To find an original roll like that, you don't see them anymore. I mean, they're not out there. And so before I knew it, the 5 sets we had worked so hard to assemble grew to 14. And that was 5 or 6 months ago. Since then, we have spent the last 5, 6 months continuing to work on set 3, and now we're ready. We have 22 of these sets, folks, of set number 3, the rare key date Morgan set. And we have them at an average of $530 a coin. The entire set is $8,495. Now, this is the rarest of all. I really shouldn't be offering it as a single set because I shouldn't do it because we're going to get a lot of people who are going to calling in right now, and a lot of people who want the entire set. And if we get, there is a limit of 1 though on this 3rd set, a limit of 1, because there are a lot of people who want to get all 3 sets. We want to let them take advantage of our 3-set offer. And our 3-set offer is, you get set number 1 and it comes to $29.95. Set number 2 is $38.95. Set number 3 is $84.95. And that comes to $15,385. If you get the entire collection, this incredible Everest collection of these 50 superb MS64 Morgan dollars, you can own the entire collection, folks, for only $14,295. All 50 dates. Now, if you're interested in this set, but maybe $14,000 is a little much to swing all at once, we do have a 2-payment option on this. You can get all 50 coins for 2 payments of only $7,147.50. You pay that amount now and then another $7,147.50 in 30 days, and you'll have one of the most amazing Morgan collections you can find. So call now, folks. The phones are lighting up. Quantities are very limited. So if this is something you're interested in, I suggest you get on the phone right now. 2 payments of only $7,147.50. Wow! There's a little chart that just shows you where that's at. Now that 79cc is rarer than that last coin in this set, the 1878 reverse of 79. They've graded about 1,400 coins. Again, I put a conservative value of $11,000 on that coin. There's another example, 1880, not as rare as the 79cc, but those are $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. And you're getting this entire set, folks. I mean, it's an incredible, incredible opportunity. The 50 coin set comes in this box of 50. We're getting people calling in. It looks like we've already sold 3 complete sets. Again, the real limiting factor is set number 3, where we only had, 22 sets of set number 3, 22 or 24, to offer all of these coins in superb MS64 condition. So many rare dates. If you've just tuned in to this presentation, I've spent about the last hour talking about the collection you see here of MS64 Morgan dollars that Jack and I have spent so much of our time in the past year assembling today. And we have actually 3 separate sets you could choose to own. We have the set on top, and these sets are arranged by condition rarity. The most common coins you see is the set on top, a set of 20 coins for $29.95. You see the outstanding set on top. I call it my extraordinary top 20 Morgan set. Beautiful, brilliant specimens where you see dealers with this kind of quality. I mean, these coins are selected not just for their brilliant surfaces, but for the cleanest possible surfaces, the finest possible eye appeal. The average price of the comparables I could find were anywhere from $250 to $600 a coin for these. So you figured this 20 coin set, even at $200 a coin, is $6,000, and we have it for $2,995. Now the second set is the next rarest group of coins in MS64 condition. These are even rarer than the set on top. And the second set picks up where the first set left off. In other words, the 1900P is rarer than the rarest coin in the set on top, the number 1 set. And they get progressively rarer here. There's 14 coins in this set, and even at the auction prices and eBay prices I could find where they averaged around $400, $500, $600 a coin. Even at $500 a coin, folks, this comes to $7,000. And we've got this set today for $3,895. There are a limit of 2 each on these first 2 sets. Because again, we've got people calling in who want the complete set, all 3 sets. So we have a limit of 2 each on these first 2 sets. And then we get to the extraordinary Morgan Rarity set. This one was the toughest of all, of course. 16 coins, and they're the rarest of all. Finding these coins, we spent many, many months. We were only able to assemble 5 sets. And then we got lucky. There was an estate that was being liquidated, and there were a lot of original rolls that were put back from the 1960s and 1970s. You don't see that kind of Morgan dollar deal anymore, folks. And it had some tough dates in there that we really needed, that we were able to acquire in MS64 condition. And so ultimately, after all of that, and with some luck, we were to assemble 22 of these sets. These set number 3, the Morgan Rarity set. I am offering viewers the opportunity to acquire one of these sets all by itself, something I hope I don't regret, because I don't want to have to run out of set number 3 when we have a lot of viewers calling in asking for all 3 sets because of the set discount. But you can get one of these sets, a limit of 1 per customer, if you want this final set, the Morgan Rarity set. But here's the deal. You get all 3. Individually, that comes to about $15,300 and change, but you get all 3, and the price is $14,295. And don't forget, we also have the 2-payment option. 2 payments of only $7,147.50. Where else can you get a set like this at this amazing price? The 50 coins will come in one of these beautiful cherry wood boxes. They'll be arranged according to condition rarity. In other words, the very first coin in the box will be the 81S. Just like I have on display here. The next coin will be the 85O. The next coin will be the 84O. That's third in rarity, and they get progressively rarer as you go down. And then the next row picks off where the last row ended, picks up where the last row ended with the 82cc, 80O, or excuse me, 88O. And of course, the very last coin is that 1878 with the reverse of 79, the 50th coin. So this has been a real long presentation. For those of you who have sat through it, I hope you enjoyed it. This is a set, please, I hope you can take advantage of one of these sets. Nobody in the history of Coin TV has ever offered something like this. I don't think anybody ever will offer something like this. This is something you'll never see again. This is something that we're most proud of. We're getting a lot of folks calling in. I hope we have enough for everybody. From Sasha and I, thank you for watching this Morgan dollar presentation on this Everest collection of MS-64 Morgan dollars, the most beautiful group of MS-64 Morgan dollars with some of the greatest rarities you will ever see. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. I'm presenting Peace Dollars right now. We don't have that much time. We only have 25 minutes here, and this is a big collection. This is an unbelievable opportunity to buy a coin that in mint state is much rarer than a mint state Morgan dollar. That's a fact of Peace Dollar existence, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I know a lot of folks who watch our show are Morgan dollar collectors and are beginning to experience the rarity of Peace Dollars. Now, the Morgan dollar was struck from 1878 to 1921. In 1921, the first Peace Dollars were issued. It was a very special coin. It was struck as a high relief. The only high relief silver dollar the United States of America ever issued up until that point. And it was a coin that honored the end of World War I, which at the time was known as the war to end all wars. The Peace Dollar is a coin that is beginning to get a lot of attention. It was a relatively short series produced from 1921 to 1928. Now, in 1929, the Great Depression began. And there were no Peace Dollars produced in 1929, nor were there any in 1930 or in 31 or 1932 or 1933. But Peace Dollar production was resumed again in 1934 and ended in 1935. And as we look at the Peace Dollar series, something glaring jumps out. Peace Dollars in mint state are infinitely rarer than Morgan dollars in mint state. Much harder to get, much harder to grade, a different strike, a different design. The Morgan dollar was designed by George T. Morgan as a bold example of liberty and freedom, whereas the Peace Dollar was a little bit different. On the reverse, the eagle is in repose, resting on a mountaintop with the words peace engraved near the top of the mountain, near the pinnacle. And this had never been done before on any coin where there was an additional word added. We always had E pluribus unum, In God we trust. But this one time the word peace was used. And interestingly enough, if you haven't heard the story already, the original reverse design of that peace dollar, where you see the olive branches of peace in the eagle talons, originally there was actually a broken sword. News of this peace dollar design was publicized in newspapers all over the country prior to its release. And because of the uproar of all the U.S. citizens who thought that the broken sword was reflective of defeat rather than victory in World War I, really it was demanded by the population of the country that that reverse be reworked. And I wonder if you know that the gentleman who came in at the very last minute to rework that reverse die was none other than George T. Morgan himself. And it was really an all-night affair where he worked just the day before these coins were scheduled to begin to be struck to change the reverse of that coin. So when you look at the peace dollar, you see that George T. Morgan had a huge hand in its design. And as I said, the Morgan dollar was struck from 1878 to 1921. This is an auction price realized for an MS-67 1921 Morgan dollar. I don't think there's a better way to illustrate how rare peace dollars are than this illustration right here. This Morgan dollar is in a PCGS MS-67, and it's a very, very difficult grade to achieve, Mint State 67. It's near the finest known. That coin brought almost $20,000 at auction. Now I want to show you the difference between a Mint State peace dollar in terms of rarity and a Morgan dollar. And I could have charts and populations, but this is the most important part. Here is a 1922 peace dollar struck at the Denver Mint, grading in Mint State 67, $90,000. Now, the reason why that coin in a Mint State 67, the same grade as the 1921 Morgan, brought $90,000 over the $19,975 is extreme rarity. The instance of a peace dollar grading in a Mint State grade is way rarer than a Morgan. Now, one of the most wonderful things you may accomplish as a coin collector is achieving the ownership of a complete collection of a series of coins. In this instance, peace dollars. And Rare Collectibles TV wants to make sure every collector who has the ambition and the desire to achieve complete collections in silver dollars, we'd love to work with you to make that happen. We do that every day. And a great place to start today is in the peace dollar series. Because peace dollars being struck from 1921 to 1935 with tons of years skipped in between is a much shorter series. But quantities of coins and mintages of coins in many instances were quite large. And therefore, when these coins were struck for quantity and not quality, to be released into circulation and also to be deposited in the Treasury to back up the amount of paper money that was being printed. Back in the 1920s, when paper money was issued, it wasn't wantonly issued the way we print paper money today. It had to be backed by hard assets on deposit in the Treasury, and that meant silver dollars. And in order to do that, you had to strike silver dollars. And the peace dollar was the coin that was chosen, the design. For you collectors who want to begin to collect the peace dollar, here it is. An opportunity to buy a 1922 and a 1923. And we have deliberately chosen these two dates because I want you to see the mintage totals of those two coins. Over 80 million coins, that's a lot. But the occurrence in Mint State 63, the populations are incredibly low percentage-wise. 1922p, in this case, it's at the bottom of the table there. The mintage was well over 50 million. But the amount that had been certified in a Mint State 63, and this is so important, ladies and gentlemen, because the amount that have certified of Morgan dollars in Mint State 63 is immensely more than the peace dollar. For this coin with a mintage over 51,164,000 coins exist in 63. And when you look at the percentage, that's not even 1/3 of 1%. That's not almost a third of the mintage. It's 1/3 of 1%. And the highest known grade there, finest known, a Mint State 67. Now, when you go up one to the 1923, because options, ladies and gentlemen, a 2-coin set, 1922, 1923, in Mint State 63, $149 at Rare Collectibles TV. But I want you to take a look at just how rare it is for these coins to grade in that grade. You would think that with a mintage of 30 million or 50 million, the 63s would be stacked up to the moon. It is not that way. But it is that way with Morgan dollars. These are the coins that you will receive. Those 2 coins right there, collectors will get the very coins that are on our display. These are not show samples. And I want you to carefully observe the surfaces of these coins, because this is what every peace dollar collector wants but seldom gets. Because peace dollars that are not in the condition that you see there are common. But in this condition, uncommon and hard to get. So for the first option, a 1922 from Philadelphia in a Mint State 63, that looks like that coin right there, and a 1923 from Philadelphia, $149. Now file that away, because the world of peace dollars is incredible right now. Every collector of Morgan dollars has discovered that peace dollars in a Mint State, and in this case, Mint State 63, not a beginning coin, a Mint State 60 or a 61 or a 62, but a Mint State 63 are tough to get if you're lucky. And what I mean by that is if you're watching this show, you've had us do all the hard work of kicking out the uglies, the coins that may technically grade 63, but don't have the eye appeal of what we're looking for, of what you will get. So when you talk about stellar examples, the pinnacle of the category, that's what we're talking about right here. That was option 1. Option 2, 1922 from Philadelphia and 1923, because as we've stated already, a lot rarer than you ever thought. And then the 1924 and the 1925. That's the cutoff. 1924, 1925, all of a sudden, these are dates that were never available in roll quantities of a sufficient amount to supply the hobby. That's why you never see 24s and 25s, because they are tough to get. And then certified, Mint State 63, wow. So hard to do. So here's option 2. And by the way, option 2, $395. It's 4 coins. It's the 22 and the 23 from Philadelphia, and the 24 and the 25. I have a table for those as well, so I want you to take a look at option 2. $395, ladies and gentlemen, 4 coins. Now, take a look at mintages. And then I want you to take a look at that column in green, the PCGS MS63 NGC and PCGS populations. Look at the mintage, look at the percentage of occurrence in a Mint State 63. Now, when you check out your Morgans in 6.3, you will find that you can locate a Morgan dollar in 6.3 pretty much any day of the week when you want to get one. So you can wait. You can sit back. You can scope out the market. You have all the time in the world because you have millions, millions, millions more examples. Not with the peace dollar. They simply were not struck to the quality standards that we all want to have a 6.3 as we envision it should be, as it should be a proper strike, surface, and quality. So here is the set of 4. $395. Now, I want to show you some pricing here, ladies and gentlemen, because it's clear. If you are one of those people who you don't just love history, but you want to know the why and the where, well, here it is. The reason why you're where, you're right here, right now. And the reason why, right here, right now, we have such a limited quantity of these, you never hear me say that about Morgan dollars, unless maybe it's a Carson City. Peace dollars, it's as if the spigot was closed 10, 12 years ago. Just can't do it any longer. I want to show you why everybody loves the peace dollar and how valuable this is. Now, I am offering you the 4 peace dollars in Mint State 63. I want to show you one right now, a 1924 in the deal of 4. This is what most folks are up against when it comes to peace dollars. If you're lucky, you're going to find a coin that's in a 2x2 flip right there. It's not even really a flip. It's stapled together. You never want to do that to your coins, by the way, because the staples tend to rust and then they leach onto the coin and you get an ugly coin. But anyway, that coin is $400. That's one coin. It is described as mint condition. It is not graded by any third party, so take it as you will. The coin is $400. Our set of 4 that are certified third-party grading in Mint State 63, guaranteed grade, $395. There's so much to this presentation because option 1 was 2 coins, option 2 was 4. And option 3, a 7-coin collection of peace dollars that are certified. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to look at the population totals of that column that you see with the green header. Take a look, because this is where the magic happens, ladies and gentlemen. You can see from the top, it is 0.7% of the mintage in terms of certification. That's not even 0.75%. You know that already, though, right? When you get to the 1922P with a mintage over 51 million, and yet not even 1/3% will qualify for this grade. Now, here's where we're getting into some rarefied territory. The 25P, the same thing, 0.3%, not 33%, less than 1/3%. That is bona fide, registered rarity, recorded, archived, part of the record. Now, take a look at the 1923S, San Francisco Mint, and take a look at the population. The population in 6.3 is 6,791 coins, and that is both PCGS and NGC. And as a percentage, folks, that's 1/25th of 1%. That is next to nothing. And that's why only 6,791 coins have been graded. And ladies and gentlemen, the grading services didn't just start doing this yesterday. They've been at it since the mid-1980s. So they've graded a lot of coins. By this time, this is the historical accounting of the populations of these coins, next to nil. Now, let's get back into it. We're going to move down to the 22D. Just the second silver dollar ever struck at the Denver Mint. The first one was the 21D, the Morgan. This coin had a mintage of 15,063,000, which, by the way, was less than the 21 Morgan. But only 6,207 coins have ever been graded. And again, 1/25th of 1% of the mintage. These are minuscule populations. Now, obviously, I know what you're saying to yourself. If this was a Morgan dollar, that figure would be 10 times or maybe even 20 times that amount. Now, let's go to the bottom line. 1923 from Denver. A mere 3,436 coins have been certified. 1/20th of 1% of the mintage. And also, I want you to take a look at the mintage. Have you ever heard of a peace dollar with a mintage of 6.8 million? You'd think that was a typographical error, right? But it's not. That is a really low mintage for any silver dollar. And that is, again, like I said, only 1/20th of 1% will grade in a 6.3. So I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at the final column there as well, which is so important because that gives you the finest known examples. These are Mint State 63s. Here's the world of Mint State 63. Now, by the way, and I hope you call me on this, because this is a collection of 7. And we are offering every coin that is on this list and every bit of rarity, all those coins that you see there. This is your opportunity to score them all. Let's take a look at what we're talking about here, because this is our ultimate version of one of the rarest piece dollar collections that you never knew you could afford, because you never knew this much rarity was so affordable. Take a look. All 7 of these coins for less than $1,000. For $995. I've been a coin collector all my life, since I was 7 years old, and I have been a coin dealer for what seems like even longer than that. And I'll tell you, over the years, I have seen with my own 2 eyes how undervalued piece dollars are, how worthwhile they are to collect. In today, I see what's happening in the world of coins. Collectors everywhere, because silver dollars are just so embraced by collectors because of their size and because of the history behind them. The piece dollar has joined the ranks of the untouchables when it comes to uncirculated coinage. It is really tough to do, and I want you to know, we handpick coins here. You watch our shows. We handpick the certified coins. We handpick the coins that we sell that are uncertified. We stand behind the grades of our coins. And the reason why we do is the knowledge that we have. We know what a piece dollar should look like. For $995, I want to show you why this deal blows every single deal out there out of the water. This is a 1925 piece dollar. If you buy the set of 4, there's a 25 in there. If you buy the set of 7, they're all in there. Now take a look at that coin right there. It is priced at $800. I'm offering an opportunity to get that coin in a collection of 4 for $395, or in a collection of 7 for $995. So, I mean, you know, for $195, you get 6 other great coins. Now, I want to show you where the market's at. Every one of the coins that you're about to see here are in this deal in one form or another. And you can see that I am inviting you. In fact, I'm enticing you to go for the set of 7 or to go for the set of 4. And especially to go for the set of 2, because I want to open your eyes to the rarity of piece dollars, and that is just the set to do it. Because when you see the mintages vis-a-vis the populations versus the populations and the rarity, crystal clear. And for $149, so here, a Mint State 63, 1923 piece dollar, struck at the Denver Mint. We have one in the collection for over $300. I want to show you a 1925. The reason why I'm showing you this is because, yes, we have a 1925 struck at Philadelphia in this collection. But I want to show you the power of the piece dollar. This is a Mint State 68. Here on Rare Collectibles TV, you could buy a Mint State Morgan dollar from us in Mint State 68. And the coin will be, well, probably about $2,000, depending on what the date is. Yes, there are Mint State 68s that you could spend hundreds of thousands on. But you could get a really nice Mint State 68, and that's about the cost. Take a look at what a piece dollar in Mint State 68 is going to run you. Look at that coin, almost $90,000. And that's an auction. And you can bet your bottom dollar that that coin started out at $1 or $10 or whatever the open was. And it ended up at almost 90 grand. That is a bold example of the power of Mint State piece dollars. What it is proof that a piece dollar in Mint State, hey, I love Morgan dollars and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but there is no comparison. Here's a 23S. We have a 23S in the collection here. This one is a Mint State 66. Now, I got to tell you, Mint State 66 for a silver dollar is an unbelievable coin to own. And in this case, in a piece dollar, it's over $31,000. Here's a 1924 This 1924 was struck at the Philadelphia Mint. It's a Mint State 68. It's almost $55,000 at the auction that it sold at. So, folks, here's an opportunity to be an uncirculated, a gem uncirculated peace dollar collector. 2 coins, a 1922 from Philadelphia and a 1923, $149. 4 coins, all Mint State 63s, 22 and 23 from Philadelphia, just like the set of 2, with the addition of the 24 and the 25, also from Philadelphia, for $395. Folks, there is 1 coin in the comps that I showed you that was nearly as much as the collection of 4. Just 1 coin in the same grade, not 5 grades higher, the same grade. And the collection of 7 for $995. You get every one of these truly scarce coins. I would be willing to wager that most of you collectors out there have not realized where this collection actually stands in comparison to any Mint State coin we've ever offered before. I want you to take a look, because this is big. This is a chance for 7 coins with populations that'll just spin your head. You're going to do a double take. You are just not going to realize. You can start at the bottom if you want and work our way up. Because these populations, ladies and gentlemen, just one of these coins, look at that 23D at the bottom. Only 3,436 coins have ever been certified in Mint State 63 by PCGS and NGC combined. There's no other word for it but rarity. When you go up 1, 6,207 coins, that's the 22D. And again, by both NGC and PCGS. Well, folks, the 23S, a San Francisco beauty, with such a small population, 6,791 coins. Ladies and gentlemen, find a Morgan with that low a population in 6.3, and you're going to be looking at a $10,000 coin. You're going to be looking at a $5,000 coin. You are not going to be able to score a deal like this anywhere. And I got to tell you this, the world knows that peace dollars, they've been around. $9.95 for a set of 7, $3.95 for 4, or $149 for 2. But this silver dollar was designed by a man by the name of Anthony DeFrancisi. His wife, Teresa, was the model for this coin. And if you look at the history of the design of this coin and how it was done, you know the story about Anna William Willis posing for George T. Morgan for the Morgan dollar. But the same thing happened for the peace dollar. DeFrancisi actually entered a contest that was sponsored by a fine arts commission to select the design for this peace dollar. And it was tough going because back then, when a proposed design for a coin was conceived, it was published in the newspapers. It was big news. Every citizen in the United States, they read newspapers. And you could see a sketch of that coin. You could see what it was going to look like. And the public didn't like the original design. And they made the mint change it at the very last minute, or this coin would not have been received at all. So the scarcity of peace dollars versus Morgan dollars, who's the winner? It's the peace dollar. Surprising, right? The last chance, ladies and gentlemen. History making, price breaking, $9.95 for the 7, $3.95 for the set of 4, or $149 for the set of 2. They're all scarce. They're all harder to get than a Morgan dollar in the same grade. I bet you never thought that would be a historical fact, but it is. So I got to go now. I wish I could stay here for the rest of the day because peace dollars are really exciting. When you start exploring the different dates, look at the variety here. Look at the scarcity. You can't argue with those population totals. Really hard to do. So thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for more great stuff. This one's going to be hard to beat, though, and we don't have a lot. And I'll see you all really soon. Goodbye.
You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Right now, I feel like I'm the luckiest guy in the world. First of all, I have a deep love and passion for collecting United States rare coins. That's rooted in our great country and our revolutionary history. Our country was the great experiment, folks. It was the first true democracy of a major country. No king or queen or other monarch. With a constitution that declared it was that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness were God-given rights. They weren't rights handed down by the state or by some monarch. And that was a revolutionary concept back in 1776. It's hard to believe it was only about 250 years ago. Such a relatively short time compared to the histories of other countries, that many of which have been around for thousands of years before there was a United States of America. And I have a United States rare coin today of the highest quality ever offered in the history of Coin TV. Coin TV goes back over 30 years. And this is the highest quantity ever to appear in the quantity that I have these examples. We have over 50 of these classics. We have some of these on display here. If there is one coin I could most highly recommend that you ever acquire, if you never buy another United States rare coin, it would be the St. Gaudens No Motto, struck for only 2 years, 1907 and 1908. Now, I've been collecting United States rare coins since I was 10 years old. Again, there's many reasons why I love United States rare coins. It's their beauty, their history, the symbolism on every United States rare coin, the words liberty, e pluribus unum. But I think what I love most is that I have the privilege of being able to offer my clients, you folks watching today, the kind of rare coins I really believe in. I discovered early on, when I was in my 20s, I learned something very important about myself. I learned that I was a terrible salesman, that if I did not have something to offer my client that I really believed in, that I believed was good for my client, that I did not have the heart to try to persuade them to buy it. I couldn't pretend. I didn't want to pretend. It's really simple. So I have this coin for you today, folks, that, again, if there's one coin I would ask you to acquire as part of your collection, or just one coin to put away for your kids, your grandkids, if you've never bought a rare coin before, that once you get this coin in your hands, you will love owning this coin, and this coin will be so good to you. It's a coin that you want to keep in your family to pass on to your kids, your grandkids, in the extraordinary, well-preserved condition I have them in for you today. It's the 1908 No Motto. And these coins are mint state 66 condition. The St. Gaudens Double Eagle we're looking at, folks, is the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. Now, in my right hand, I have a Morgan dollar, largest silver coin struck by the U.S. Mint over the last 200 plus years. You know, it's an extremely popular coin because, again, it's such a large, heavy coin. It's struck, you know, this one was struck over 100 years ago. Very big, heavy coins, very popular among collectors. You can feel the heft of this coin, folks. I mean, they're large, heavy coins. And then in my left hand, I have a St. Gaudens double eagle. You put the two side by side. St. Gaudens double eagle is a little smaller in diameter than the Morgan dollar, about 10% smaller in diameter. But the St. Gaudens double eagle, folks, is about 25% heavier. You could feel the difference. It's a real heavy coin with just about an ounce of gold.
Now, gold right now is about $1,700 to $1,800 an ounce. So just in gold alone, this particular St. Gaudens I have is really beat up, is worth almost $1,800 just for the gold value alone.
And the St. Gaudens double eagle is arguably the crown jewel, the greatest numismatic creation of the 20th century in U.S. numismatics. The St. Gaudens double eagle was struck for a very brief time from 1907 to 1933. The coins I have today, folks, really should not exist but for Executive Order 6102 signed by then President Franklin Roosevelt. You see, in the late 1920s, our country fell into a deep depression. It was estimated that in 1933 alone, there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Now, can you imagine? There was no federal deposit insurance back then. You could have your life savings in the bank, 20, 30 years that you'd ended up saving, your life savings, your nest egg for your retirement. And you go to the bank the next day and you're wiped out. The economic devastation was something our country had never experienced before. So there was understandable panic among all United States citizens who had their savings in banks who were still solvent, wondering if their bank would be next. You had a lot of people pulling their money out of the banks and buying gold coins with their money because they reasoned, and if I had been in their position, I would have done the same thing. And they reasoned, the American economy could go under, that paper money could be worthless tomorrow. But gold, throughout human history, I mean, going back to Egyptian times, gold in every culture has always had value. And so you had all these Americans who were taking their money and buying gold coins. Well, this created further stress on the banking system. And so early in 1933, Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102. He issued it on April 5th of 1933. And it stated that no citizen could own over $100 worth of gold coin, gold bullion, or gold certificates. You had to turn it in on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you did not, if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold bullion or gold coins or gold certificates, now gold back then was around $20 an ounce, so $100 worth of gold coins would have been 5 St. Gaudens double eagles. If you were caught with over 5 St. Gaudens double eagles, you faced a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And so you had citizens who had to turn in all their gold coins back to the U.S. Treasury in exchange for paper money. And the Treasury then proceeded to take all those gold coins and melt them back down into gold bars. Fully 39% of all the gold double eagles ever struck were melted back down into gold bars between 1933 and 1940. Tens of millions of gold double eagles. However, there were a small group of citizens and some institutions in the U.S. who reasoned, okay, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. If I keep my money in the bank could go under and I could be wiped out. But I can't buy gold coins and hold on to them. I could be arrested and go to jail. But there's a third option. And they proceeded, while it was still legal, to buy gold coins and have them shipped to banks in Europe. It may not be able to own gold coins in this country, but it wasn't illegal to own gold coins in another country. And they proceeded to ship these gold coins in bags to these European banks where they've been in the vaults since the 1930s. And it wasn't until the mid-70s, when Gerald Ford was president, that gold was once again legal to own in the United States. And you began to see some of these gold bags coming out of Europe. And I actually have one of those bags, original bags that came out of one of those European banks. Now, folks, what makes these coins so extraordinary is their state of preservation. These coins are 1908 no motto St. Gaudens double eagles in mint state 66 condition. They were only struck for just over a year in 1907 and early 1908. They're called the no motto variety because there is no "In God We Trust" anywhere on the coin. Now, folks, what makes them so extraordinary and what makes it so unique is the quality, the state of preservation of these coins. They're among the finest known. These St. Gaudens double eagles, as I said earlier, they're the largest, heaviest gold coins struck by the U.S. Mint. Here's a 1924, folks. This is a typical St. Gaudens double eagle. Notice the deep gouge by the rim there at 8 o'clock. A deep cut right through the midriff of Liberty, and other scuffs across Liberty's face and some cuts in the field. Here's a second piece I have, a different date. Look at the deep cut, again, in the field at 8 o'clock. These coins are not even gradable, but this is the kind of quality you expect from a coin that's struck for commerce. They were struck for commerce. All right, they were heavily used in the banking system. These heavy gold coins, when they were struck, they'd be ejected into the bin. One coin would fall on top of another. From there, they went through coin counting machines. They were dumped into bags, and the bags were shipped to banks throughout the country. So when you got one at the teller, even though it was never in circulation, it would already be heavily bag marked. The vast majority of St. Gaudens double eagles are very heavily bag-marked, low-grade coins. Now I'd like you to take a look at one of the 1908s that we have for you today in mint state 66 condition. Mint state 66 condition, that is the Sheldon grading scale that grading services use. It goes from a low of 1 to a high of 70. 70 is the highest possible grade. There are no St. Gaudens. They don't exist in MS-70, folks. That's impossible. 66 is extraordinary. Look at this coin. Sasha's rotating it around. The coin looks like a specimen, like it was struck yesterday, and it never fell into a bin. You caught it on a velvet pillow, and you've preserved it for over 100 years in pristine condition. Look at this. It is absolutely spectacular. Normally, you'll see cuts in the field. You'll see rub along the high point of Liberty's breast or on her left knee there, where those are the high points of the coin. You'll typically see abrasions there and cuts in the eagle. This coin looks like it was struck as a modern coin, as a specimen. How it ever survived the process, being dumped into a bin, being dumped into a bag, surviving in this condition, well, the fact is, very few did. And that's what makes these so special. In fact, folks, to make the most important point, if you went to the Smithsonian and looked at their collection of St. Gaudens double eagles, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. Here are the grades of the St. Gaudens double eagles that are in the Smithsonian. You can see all the different dates and mint marks. The Smithsonian example of the 1908 no motto is an MS 66, exactly the grade we have for you today. You can see the rest of the dates are AU 58s, MS 62s. They're all lower grades. We go to the second and third pages. Very few coins grade 6.5 or 6.6 in the Smithsonian collection, folks. Then you get those last few dates, the 1930S, finest known MS-68. It's worth probably in the millions and millions of dollars if it ever came onto the market. When we look at all the St. Gaudens struck and number that have survived in mint state condition, folks, this will help put it in perspective. Again, there were about 70 million coins struck. Remember, about 40% of those were melted back down into gold bars. To date, in all grades in uncirculated condition, mint state 60 and higher, about 1.8 million have been certified in mint state 60 or higher condition. That's only about 2.6% of all the examples struck. But most of those are much lower grades. When you look at the numbers certified in the highest MS-66 grade, folks, there you can see the total mintage of the no mottos versus the mottos. Total certified in MS-66, only 16,118 coins in the no motto variety. That's about 0.1% surviving in MS-66 in the entire series. Now, ladies and gentlemen, superb St. Gaudens Double Eagles can sell for huge, huge premiums because of their beauty, their rarity, their desirability. One of the most well-known is the 1927D. Here's an example that sold in auction some years back for about, it was in MS-63 condition, okay? MS-63 condition, it sold for about 1.3 million. There are many, many dates like this in the series that sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And here I've got this extremely desirable 1908 no motto in MS-66, Smithsonian quality. Here's the best way I can explain it. I've got this value chart here for double eagles. On the low end, you've got a $2,000 coin, which is your basic double eagle that's used for jewelry that's been polished and cleaned and is all bag marked. I mean, gold value alone, it has almost $2,000 worth of gold in it. And then at the high end, those most desirable St. Gaudens Double Eagles, you have coins that go for over $1 million. Okay? Here we've got this incredibly desirable coin, and it's almost at this, common date kind of price. We've got it priced at this end of the spectrum, folks. And in terms of desirability, it should be, at this end of the spectrum, because here, again, these are among the finest known. You look at this coin once more, and it's just, again, like it just came off the die, and you caught it on a velvet pillow, and you just stored it for this past, over 110 years, and it looks like it's a specimen, a museum piece. Indeed, the Smithsonian. 1908 no motto is MS-66 condition, like you see here. It's magnificent. And the best part is the price, folks. The best part is the price. There was an article that came out not too long ago. It talked about, is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? Now, when they're talking about generic gold, they're talking about the most common gold in lower quality condition, the easiest to find gold. And what they said in this article, and this is something I've been telling my clients for the last several years, and it's almost like they paraphrased what I've been saying on my shows about United States rare gold coins. And to quote from the article, there has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And what they mean by that, to give you a personal example, I remember it was about 20 years ago, I had a common date double eagle, a common date. It was in MS-63 condition. Now at that time, gold was about $300 or $400 an ounce. And I sold the coin to a dealer for about $3,500, which was about 10 times the gold value. Again, and this is for a common date in MS-63 condition. And that is the premium those coins were going for.
Today we have gold at $1,700 to $1,800 an ounce.
5-6 times higher than what it was back then, 15, 20 years ago. 10 times the gold value for an MS-63 would be around $20,000. And this is an MS-66, 1908 no motto. MS-66, folks. We have a limited quantity of these. Please get yourself at least one. I've got these coins today while we have them in this limited time
For $4,895 a coin. $4,895 a coin. That's less than 3 times the gold value.
for a Smithsonian quality St. Gaudens double eagle.
If you can't swing the entire $48.95 today, we have a 2-payment option where all you have to do is put half down today of $2,447.50.
And we'll hold one of these coins for you with your name on it and put it in our vault and pay the balance in 30 days. This is the kind of coin when you have some friends over who you feel comfortable sharing it with, or any kind of close relatives, your local coin show, take it to your local coin shop, and you show them this double eagle, this St. Gaudens in this MS-66 condition. You can't help but just be in awe of this coin when you see it this close to perfection. It is a masterpiece, and it's worth, in the years ahead, this potential for this coin is so extraordinary. This is a coin to put away for the long term for your kids, your grandkids, your great-grandkids. Now, we call it the St. Gaudens Double Eagle because the artist's name was Augustus St. Gaudens, one of the greatest sculptors of that era. His inspiration was this statue you see behind me here, this replica called the Winged Victory of Samothrace, or the Nike of Samothrace. This is considered one of the greatest sculptors of the Greco-Roman era, one of the greatest all-time classics. The actual Nike statue sits in the Louvre, folks. When you enter the Louvre, up a long flight of stairs, at the top of those stairs is the statue of the Nike. The entire statue is about 18 feet high. It is magnificent, and it wasn't discovered until the year 1863 on the island of Samothrace. And this was St. Gaudens' inspiration. This is that portrait you see on the front of the coin. And the eagle on the reverse, folks, is as inspirational as the Nike is on the obverse. You look at the eagle on the reverse of this coin. Its wings outstretched on an upward trajectory in full flight with the rays of the sun behind. And it's the no motto variety. Now, what is the no motto variety? When the first coins were struck, they had no "In God We Trust" anywhere on the coin. And this was because Theodore Roosevelt, who was president at the time, felt that putting "In God We Trust" was sacrilege, because he felt that money was often used for less than noble purposes. And in a very eloquent article printed in the New York Times, he explained his reasoning. In the central body of the article, he writes, "My own feeling in the matter is due to my very firm conviction that to put such a motto on coins or to use it in any kindred manner not only does no good, but does positive harm and is in effect irreverence, which comes dangerously close to sacrilege. A beautiful and solemn sentence, such as the one in question, should be treated and uttered only with that fine reverence which necessarily implies a certain exaltation of spirit." And so that's why he had it left off the St. Gaudens Double Eagle. However, the public felt differently. They understood that money was often used for less than noble purposes, but they felt all our coins should have "In God We Trust" somewhere on our coin as a daily reminder, folks. That's what that's what's so great about our United States coins. Daily reminders of who we strive to be as a people. and they felt In God We Trust needed to be on the coin. And so late in 1908, Roosevelt relented, and they added In God We Trust to the St. Gaudens Double Eagle. And from late 1908 until the end of the series, all the St. Gaudens Double Eagles were struck with In God We Trust. It's the very first variety that we have for you today of the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, struck in 1907 and partway through 1908. And these are among the finest surviving specimens.
$4,895 a coin.
We've got a lot of people calling in on this. Again, this is a very, very limited time offer. The St. Gaudens Double Eagle, no motto variety. I've often given presentations on this coin in lower grades. We've had them in MS63 grade many times. We've had them in MS64 grade. Occasionally, we've had them in MS65. And on a rare occasion, I had some examples in MS66, but I only had a handful of those. This is the greatest group we've ever offered and we ever will offer in this extraordinary MS66 condition, among the finest known.
To be able to offer it for only $4,895 a coin, folks.
I can't think of a better gift to give yourself, your kids, your grandkids, whoever you want to, it's just a dream come true. Just take a look at every one of these coins, folks. These large gold coins, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce, nearly an ounce of gold. We have very, very limited numbers of these in MS66 condition. This is a coin where you don't want to call back in a week or 2 weeks to order your coin. We often get customers who will record our program and then they'll call back a week later and try and order one of the coins. This is a kind of coin in this condition where if you call back a week from now, it's quite likely we will not have any examples left. Do yourself this favor. If you can swing more than one, please swing more than, get one more than one of these. Get 3 if you can. This is just a spectacular, spectacular coin. As I've been saying for several years, if there's just one coin you could own in all of United States coinage, it would be this first variety of the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, the no motto, and to be able to offer it in MS66, folks, it truly is, for me as the host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show, it truly is a dream come true. I mean, I never thought I'd be able to offer something like this in this condition at this price. Again, we have very, very limited quantities. Do yourself a favor, get at least one. Thank you for watching.
And I love stunning and rare coins. Oh, and I also love delicious and scrumptious food too. Join me as I combine the best of numismatics and tasty treats into one show, Coin Snacks with Jack, live every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 12 noon Pacific Time at Rare Collectibles TV on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. Join us for lunch as we talk to leading experts and collectors about everything going on in the world of numismatics. From my all-time favorite coins to new mint releases to ancients and commemoratives, get your numismatic midweek pick-me-up with Coin Snacks with Jack. Watch us live on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook every Wednesday starting January 6th.
Watch Coin Snacks with Jack at Rare Collectibles TV.
I love silver dollars, folks. The United States minted silver dollars. When I first started buying and selling rare coins in the early 1980s, I was always looking for the finest silver dollars for my clients. Since then, I have built among the finest collections of Morgan dollars in existence. In fact, many of my clients have gotten awards from NGC for the finest collections of proof Morgan dollars. #1 ranked full collections, complete sets of proof Morgan dollars. Here's one that was given out in 2004. Finest collection, outstanding achievement, Everest collection of proof Morgan dollars. In fact, I have a picture of one of those coins right here. The finest known 1879 proof Morgan dollar. Now here's the thing. If you came to me and asked me, Rick, can you put a collection of Morgan dollars in proof condition like that for me today? I'd have to tell you no. I can't do that today. Those coins that I put together in that collection some 20 years ago, you can't find them anymore, folks. They're spread throughout the country in various collections. It is not possible to do. What I have today is a set of some amazing proof American silver eagles. Folks, this is a silver dollar for the 21st century. This is a silver dollar that if you're collecting for the very first time, this is like those proof Morgan dollars of yore, where you can still assemble a finest collection, finest known, highest possible grade at an affordable cost. The proof American Silver Eagle is the perfect silver dollar for the 21st century for you. In the finest possible condition, proof American Silver Eagles in NGC Everest quality proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Take a look at these coins, folks. This is as good as it gets. There are no proof 71s. 70 is the highest possible grade. It represents perfection under high magnification. There are many coins in this set which are extremely scarce in the condition you see them in. In fact, they're all very scarce, but there are some that are just rarer than the others. This is a great place to begin if you want to build the most stunning silver dollar collection at such a collector-friendly price that you can build and have something that'll just be so good for you and so good to you in the years and decades ahead. Now, why as a collector do I find the American Silver Eagle so appealing? Well, first of all, it's a United States minted coin with all the words and symbols struck on every coin that embody what our great country is all about and what we strive to become. I don't think any American citizen will say we are a perfect nation and that we still don't have work to do. But it's all about what we stand for and what we strive to become. I love what America stands for. And this coin, in its words, symbols, and images, is a daily reminder of what it means to be an American. These American Eagle silver dollars are by far the largest silver dollars ever struck by the United States Mint. They're much larger than a Morgan dollar. Indeed, the Morgan dollar compares in size to the American Eagle in about the same proportion as a half dollar compares in size to a Morgan dollar. It's a huge coin. While the Morgan dollar is a silver dollar struck in 90% silver, it's about 0.77 an ounce of silver, while the American Silver Eagle is a full ounce of silver, 0.999 pure, from silver mined in the United States of America. And then there is the artistry, beginning with the obverse. Lady Liberty, first appearing on what is now referred to as the Walking Liberty half dollar in 1916, reappeared for this American Silver Eagle series in 1986. Originally designed by Adolph Weinman, this is one of the great masterpieces, one of the iconic representations of Lady Liberty that's ever appeared on an American coin. Now, the model for Weinman's Lady Liberty is thought to be Audrey Munson. She was referred to as America's Venus, the first supermodel. Her likeness is on statues throughout New York City, in parks, at the top of municipal buildings, and in museums. She is also referred to as the most visible New York woman that you don't know. There she is, as Lady Liberty, gracefully striding across the landscape toward the sun and a new dawn of a new day, her right hand outstretched in a gesture of peace, hope, ultimately liberty itself, draped in the American flag, carrying branches of laurel and oak in her left arm, symbolic of civil and military glory. Now is the perfect time to begin building a collection of these classics, folks, if you haven't already. And this is the perfect set, in the finest possible condition, the highest possible grade, every coin reviewed by me with my Everest seal, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, and all for a truly collector-friendly price. Now, if you're new to collecting, Proof 70, a grade of 70 is rarely given to one of these early Proof Silver Eagles. To get a grade of 70 from either NGC or PCGS, these are the most highly respected independent grading services in the nation. To get a 70, a coin must appear flawless under high magnification. And very few coins of this size are flawless under high magnification. I'd like you to take a look at these magnificent American Silver Eagles in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition. Beginning with the 2003, all struck at West Point. Every coin, an Everest Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. 2003, 2004, 2005. These first three issues, folks, are semi-key dates. They're extremely elusive in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. When you get to 2006, the quality control, the technology at the mint saw gradual improvements in the coins being produced, minted, coming from the West Point Mint. So you begin to see more Proof 70s, but these are still very, very scarce coins. And then 2008, and then we have 2010. There were no proofs struck in 2009. Because what happened, by law, the mint was obligated to strike mint state American Silver Eagles for everybody that ordered one. And there was a tremendous, tremendous rush to silver coinage in 2009. The mint ended up striking over 30 million American Silver Eagles in mint state, and they actually ran out of silver for the proof issues. Collectors were so upset that the mint promised never again to run out of silver for the proof American Silver Eagle. And we finish with the last two coins in this set, the 2010 and the 2011. Now, in past presentations, I have offered these American Silver Eagles in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, because the elusive holy grail of the American Silver Eagle series, that ultimate flawless Proof 70, are so few and far between. Now, first of all, again, these are Proof American Silver Eagles, or proof coins. There's a big difference between a mint state coin and a proof coin. The mint state coins are struck in much higher numbers. You take a look at that mint state American Silver Eagle. It has the traditional silvery, satiny surface, and you'll find bag marks on it as well. These coins were struck. You would see coins that would braid with one another. They'd get small bag marks and ticks. Proof coins, on the other hand, are really special. They're meant to represent the state of the minter's art. They're nothing new. The mint has been making proof coins since the early 1800s. But back in those early days, only dignitaries, ambassadors, kings, or queens could receive a proof coin from the U.S. Mint as a gift, as a source of pride from our country that we could produce something of such high quality. To make a proof coin, the concept has never changed. You take the finest possible dies. Today they would take those dies, polish them until they have a mirror-like finish. They would acid etch the cameo effect into the die to create a really strong cameo frosted effect, so Liberty would be frosted white. These dies would be put in place, and every coin would be slowly inserted into these dies and would not be struck once, but at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then most importantly, once struck, the coins would not be ejected into a bin, they would be individually handled. When you bought your proof coin, it would come in this kind of government packaging, as you see here. This is an original government set. The traditional packaging, a very nice custom packaging. It came straight from the mint, but look, notice the spot and around the periphery, around 3, 4 o'clock there by the rim. That doesn't come off, folks. That's part of the production problems that they had at the mint. And that's what makes the Proof 70s so rare. Making a proof coin is very labor intensive. and especially when you're talking about American and Silver Eagle in proof. The dies had to be replaced far more frequently because they had to strike these coins and double strike them under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. So you had frequent changes of the die. The mint could only strike a limited number of these coins. And in fact, if you were to buy a proof American Silver Eagle directly from the mint today, it would cost you over $70, even though silver's around $25, $26. You can get a mint state American Silver Eagle for about the price of silver. The proofs, however, are far more expensive because it is so labor intensive. Now, timing is everything. In the year 2021, the U.S. Mint made the United States numismatic history. It was the headline in publications across our nation. New designs coming for the reverse of the American Silver Eagle. And there you see the eagles for the new reverses for the gold and silver American Eagle. The American Silver Eagle, which had traditionally been struck with the heraldic eagle reverse design, which originally came from our earliest silver dollars struck in the late 1700s, where the heraldic eagle first appeared. And here we have an actual silver dollar from that era, the reverse of that coin, with that heraldic eagle reverse. John Mercanti, when he had designed the American Silver Eagle in 1986, he used Adolph Weinman's obverse of the Lady Liberty, and he took that heraldic eagle reverse, made his own updated version of it, and used that for these earliest American Silver Eagle coins. And that reverse, the last year of that incredible creation, is 2021. And folks, when the Mint announced that 2021 would be the last year of the heraldic eagle reverse, and the coins were offered for sale in proof, the Mint sold out in a record 3 minutes. Orders were filled in 3 minutes. In fact, some people are saying it was under 3 minutes. It was around 2 minutes. But that's a record. I don't think that'll ever be broken. Now, what does that mean for you? What's happening, folks, is that there are so many new collectors coming into the market every day. And the demand for these American Silver Eagles has just exploded over the last several years. To put these sets together in proof is so much more challenging than putting these sets together in mint state. There were so fewer proofs struck than mint state coins. When you look at the total mintages of all the mint state American Silver Eagles and all the proof American Silver Eagles, you gain an appreciation of why this set I have for you today in proof is so special. Where you can see the mint state coins, the mintages were typically between 5 and 40 million struck in any given year. In only 2 years did they strike more than 1 million proof American Silver Eagles. The proof production represents only about 4% of the production compared to the mint state coins. Now, what's of greatest importance to you is the rarity of these coins in proof 70, because the mintage has nothing to do with the rarity of the coin in proof 70. Take a look at these population totals, beginning with the first year of issue of the series, the 1986S. And here we have both the PCGS and NGC numbers, and you can see there are a lot fewer examples graded by NGC than PCGS in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And you see some years where fewer than 2,000 coins have been certified in proof 70 Ultra Cameo in those early years. Those early years struck at the San Francisco Mint, and then from 1993 to 2000, they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then in 2001, they transferred production to the West Point Mint. And then when we get to the West Point numbers, it's the earliest years which are the most elusive in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. The toughest dates by far are the 2001 and 2002. They are rare, folks. Here's a 2001 that sold in auction for almost $4,000. But then again, those first 5 years are really tough years in the West Point series. Technology began to see gradual improvements at the West Point Mint. You see more proof 70s being graded until you get to the later years when you look at the 2016, 95,000 certified. In fact, you look at the 2021, a coin that just came out, and it's already has 70,000 coins graded. And the 2020, with the 75th anniversary of World War II, a highly, highly desirable coin, around $15,000 already certified in 70 Ultra Cameo. Those folks go for $2,000 to $3,000. And here's one listed that's being offered for $2,400. That's what they go for. This is why I put this set together. When you look at the populations of the coins that I have in this set that go from 2003 to 2011, you've got coins like the 2003 with only 11,000 coins certified, 2004 only 12,000, 2005 only 15,000. The last coin in the set to 2011, 44,000. I have been most fortunate to get first crack at a really historic collection of original West Point proof American Silver Eagles. I cherry-picked this collection, folks. It took me about a week. And the dates you have here on display are the dates that I am able to offer complete sets on while I have them. There are a lot of coins that came out of the collection that are proof 69s. But here's the really great part for you. I'm going to be offering the proof 69s at a future date, but they're not going to be that much less than this proof 70 set. This proof 70 set, folks, is available for only $199.37 a coin. I'm passing my good fortune on to you today. The entire set is only $1,595. The American Silver Eagles have so many collectors, new collectors coming into the market. We can't get enough of them, especially in proof 70 and proof 69 condition. This proof 70 set that you see here, I could easily offer at $24.95 and we would sell them, but it wouldn't be my best price to you. I was extremely fortunate to get first crack on these, and we got some extraordinary proof 70 grades on this small group you see here. And I'm able to offer the entire set for only $1,595. That's less than $200 a coin. Now, if you can't afford the entire set, there are a couple options. Option number one, if you just want to get one American Silver Eagle, you can get either the 2010 or the 2011 at $199. Those are the coins that I have the most of, and if you want an individual example, you can get one for only $199. There is a limit of 5 per coin per caller, okay? I have to put a limit of 5 because I can't have somebody calling in and ordering 80 of them, because that would about clean me out of the 2010s, and then we wouldn't be able to offer any sets. So there is a 5 coin limit. If you want to just get a 2010 or a 2011 West Point in proof 70, they're only $199 a coin. If you want to get the entire set, it's $1,595, and it includes all those really tough dates, the 2003, 2004, 2005, all extremely elusive in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And if you can't swing the entire $1,595 today, we have the set available on our 2-payment option, where all you have to do is put half down today of $797.50, and we'll hold this set for you and pay the balance in 30 days. $199.37 a coin. This is a set, folks, for the collector of today, these stunning proof American Silver Eagles in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. This is the perfect place to start. You're getting some of the more elusive dates in the highest possible grade. The timing of this couldn't be better. With so many new collectors coming into the market, really attracted to this historic new reverse design that came out in 2021, which makes these earlier American Silver Eagles really important key dates, because it's these earlier issues which are so much rarer in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. It's these earlier issues that the future collectors for this series are going to be really looking for to complete their sets. That's how it's always been. When you look at Morgan dollars and you want to complete your Morgan dollar set in mint state,
Well, you've got a lot of really tough dates. I mean, the 1893S Morgan dollar in just MS60 condition right now is up to about $200,000, simply because it's the rarest date in the series. And then there are other dates which are really elusive, you know, like an 1884S, very rare, not as rare as a 93S, but very rare coin. Also, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you see very much the same thing with the American Silver Eagles. You're going to have your common dates, these coins that are now being struck by the U.S. Mint, where the production quality is so high, the vast majority grade proof 70. But once you get into the earlier years, like you see in this set here, you've got some really elusive dates, but I have them at a common date price. And that's the key. You've got all the upside. The entire set, only $1,595. Got a lot of people calling in. This is the situation where we have people who take advantage of our 2-payment option, put half down today. We can put the set aside for you. This is going to be a very, very difficult set to replace at these prices that I have for you today, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. The sets and the coins in this condition are not getting any cheaper, all right? I can tell you that. I have had to pay for some of these exceptional American Silver Eagles a lot more today than I did a couple years ago. They're not getting any cheaper. They're getting more desirable by the week. So I sincerely hope you can take advantage of this opportunity to get really the most beautiful silver dollar ever struck by the U.S. Mint, in my opinion. This is a silver dollar for the 21st century, the collector of the 21st century. This is an opportunity for you. Thank you for watching.
Get out your phone because you're going to want to call us immediately. Here's what's happening. Rare Collectibles TV is one of just a few companies in the whole entire world that have been invited by the United States Mint and NGC to participate in a program featuring the advance release of a new silver dollar and the last of its kind that is just about to be issued by the U.S. Mint. This is a pre-sale. This is an opportunity to get something hardly anybody else is going to have, an advance release. So, ladies and gentlemen, 2021, it's a special year. It's a transitional year for a silver dollar. In 1921, the Morgan dollar transitioned within the same year to the peace dollar. I will tell you this, there has never been more excitement for an American silver dollar than we are seeing right now for this coin. So let's get right to it, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at what we are talking about. 2021 from the West Point Mint, featuring the Heraldic Eagle Type 1 reverse made famous by John Mercanti as an advance release in the highest grade attainable, a proof 70. That number 70, oh man, and you look at the Ultra Cameo as well. But the number, proof 70, means that what you are about to receive is a coin that is completely flawless. No imperfections whatsoever, even when the coin is viewed under 5 times magnification. No imperfections. In our exclusive label, So this is the first time the U.S. Mint has pre-released a coin to a certain group of vendors who do a great deal of business with the Mint. This is a pedigree which is going to have its own line in the population reports of NGC. So not only is our exclusive label, that Mercanti Reagan artwork label, going to be a separate line in the NGC database, so will these advanced releases. So you're getting a pedigree second to none. This has a great shot of being one of the lowest populations of an American silver eagle ever. It is the last year of the famed heraldic eagle reverse of John Mercanti's original design, which first appeared on a United States silver dollar in 1986. John Mercanti started at the United States Mint in 1974 as an assistant engraver, assistant to the chief engraver. He was prolific. He was an artist, a master sculptor. In fact, the label that we feature, that artwork was taken from a sculpture that Mercanti did during his time at the U.S. Mint, a sculpture of Ronald Reagan. And Ronald Reagan is the president who was considered the father of the American Eagle program. He's the president who signed into law in 1985 the bill that started it all. So we consider him the father of the American Eagle. This silver dollar has risen to a position of popularity that has never been equaled by any other silver dollar. It has surpassed the fame of the Morgan dollars, and that is a mouthful, ladies and gentlemen. And this has now become the longest running series of a dollar and the most popular and the most collected, and I'll tell you why. Because in these unbelievable silver dollars, also the largest one we ever struck, you get an opportunity to own perfection. Something that you could never get in a Peace dollar or a Morgan dollar or any one of the previous dollars. Only these silver American Eagle dollars, the pure silver, the largest coin, it has it all. Truly the last of their kind as well. Type 1. When you look at the reverse of the American Silver Eagle dollar, it features a tribute designed, engraved, modeled, the whole 9 yards by John Mercanti that pays tribute to the heraldic eagle dollars of yesteryear. That was his aim when he was chosen to engrave both the obverse and the reverse dies for this coin in 1986. Because John Mercanti had been at the Mint since 1974. By 2006, he rose to the position of just the 12th chief engraver the Mint ever had. And he retired in 2010, but his legacy has grown every year. The appreciation for what Mr. Mercanti accomplished on this silver dollar is the stuff of legends. Beginning in 1986, this is a table that demonstrates to everybody out there the millions and millions of coins that have been struck by the U.S. Mint. And many of these coins have ended up in collectors' hands and become some great rarities. But year in and year out, millions of coins are struck. We go over to the middle column right there, and under the word proof, you see the mintages of the collector coins, of which we are about to feature one of the very last ones. We are featuring the last heraldic eagle reverse of all time. And it continues, because this program has been going strong since 1986. You can see that in Mint State, as a business strike, every year there's millions of these coins that are issued. And I will remind all you collectors out there that not one of those coins from yesteryear are remaining in the Treasury vaults. They've all been dispersed. And that's true of the proof coins as well. And you can see on the far column, another collectible version was introduced in 2006. But what we're dealing with here, ladies and gentlemen, is the last of its kind. This coin sold out, not just in one day at the U.S. Mint, or not just in an hour. This had never happened before. It was minutes that this coin sold out. The pent-up demand, the desire to own the last of its kind, the last heraldic reverse silver dollar of this amazing series, culminated in a mad dash to get these coins. Absolutely the craziest situation you've ever seen in terms of millions and millions of people wanting to get what was only available in a little over 300,000 coins. I don't think the mint ever saw a sellout of a silver coin as quickly as the last one of these silver dollars sold out. The coin is famous. From day one, it's been collected. And every collector wants an American silver dollar in the highest grade achievable. When we look at peace dollars, when we look at Morgan dollars at the highest grades attainable, they're mega thousands of dollars. These silver dollars that we feature now come in grades that Morgan dollars or peace dollars could never touch. You could never hope to own the amazing display of the minter's art like you can on these coins. Never before. Now, here are some key date silver American Eagle dollars that over time have become legendary. In 1986, the very first one was issued, struck at the San Francisco Mint, and the most prolific of all, with almost 1.5 million coins. And still gone like that, and collectors today cannot get a perfect coin unless they really, really search. I mean, it's a quest. And it's also almost $3,000. There's one right there, 1986 in a perfect proof 70 ultra cameo grade. Now, I will remind you folks that the 2021 in the advance release that we are premiering and previewing right now is the highest grade attainable with our exclusive labeling. A coin that sold out, I don't even think it was 5 minutes. There have been sellouts before, but never anything like this coin. Next on the list there was the 1995 from Philadelphia. And here is a coin in a perfect 70 grade that was auctioned off for almost $980. And I got to tell you, if you can find one for $980, buy it, because that coin, man, that coin's cheap. 1993 was a year, if memory serves me correct, that had nearly 500,000 coins struck. Here's an example of one in a perfect grade, just like the coins that we are featuring right now, but a much higher mintage for over $3,200. 1994, up until this 2021 was released, the 1994 was considered the cat's meow. It was considered the key date in the series, and it still is. And here's a 1994. Mintage is much, much higher, almost $3,000. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a unique opportunity for the true collector. You are about to witness mayhem in your own household, okay? Because what we are doing now, ladies and gentlemen, is opening up the floodgates on an opportunity on a pre-sale. Now, as soon as these coins are released, they will be coming to you. I would say it's going to take about a month because the coins have to go from the United States Mint to the grading service. They're going to be the very first ones. This puts you ahead of everybody in the line. These coins will then be certified in the absolute highest grade with our special exclusive labeling, and then they're going to be coming to you. So right now, when you lock up whatever it is you're going to buy of these, however many, if you're going to go quantity, if you're going to go a single entity, I will say this, don't miss out on the chance to go big at a great price. Now, honestly, I don't know if this coin was graded or will be graded or not. It's a pre-sale. It's almost $500. And I have a feeling that they would put in the title if it was a perfect proof 70 grade. And that one at almost $500 is just straight from the mint in original government packaging. No grade assigned. Now here's another one, ladies and gentlemen, described as an advance release at almost $550. You get an opportunity to get in on something that had never been done before. You get an opportunity to be part of the numismatic history that made this the last of the Type 1 silver dollars, the last of the Mercante Reavers. This is a transition coin. Mid-year of 2021, this coin is going to transition to the new reverse. That's why this coin sold out so fast. There could not be a lot of these coins issued. There is not a lot of time to strike these coins. It's over, it's done, they're gone. As a pre-sale in a perfect grade in our exclusive label, a single entity for $495. 5 coins are $485 each. That's $2,425. And I invite you to split that into 2 equal payments of $12.50. It's going to make it a lot easier, but what it's also going to do, it's going to give you the confidence right now to lock that coin up, to know that your name's going to be on 1 or 5 or 10 or wherever you go with it, and you're going to be guaranteed to get one. And it's also going to make it a lot easier for you to swing the deal. Now, we've gone really big here. We are offering 10 of these rare silver dollars, and let me tell you, there is no, well, gilding the lily on the description of this coin. This is flat out going to be history making. This coin has already made history. There are not enough coins here at Rare Collectibles or anywhere in the world to satisfy the demand for this coin. That's why 5 minutes it was gone. You're getting an opportunity to get the coin in the highest grade. So even if you had been in line, you still wouldn't be in line for an advance release. We are. Even if you had gotten a coin, you got to get multiples because you're not going to be guaranteed to get a perfect grade with 1 coin, maybe not 2 coins, maybe not even 10 coins. But we're going to guarantee you, whether you buy 1 or 10, a perfect grade in our exclusive label. So there's no anxiety, there's no stress, there's no wondering, there's no guessing, there's no praying. You're getting the ultimate. So $4,750 will buy 10 of these coins, and you can break that up into 2 equal payments of $2,375. You know, this opportunity is never going to come around again. With many silver dollars, there's always a hope. There's always a chance. Not here. There are people who still have smoke coming out of their ears, who tried as they might, could not get one of these coins. I mean, banging their heads against the wall. Frustration like you wouldn't believe. And let me tell you, again, even if you had been in the front of the line with us, I can guarantee you a perfect coin. You wouldn't be able to do it on your own. Once in a while, we get to be part of something history making. Now here, I want to read to you. Our executive producer sent me an email with these bullet points on it. Our executive producer. Not a coin collector. Well, now he is. But when you get somebody who's outside of our realm of collecting, who's so excited about this that he writes me a 1-page letter, I got to read it to you. The last line he said here, just typing this email gets me excited about this coin. For the first time, the United States Mint has pre-released a coin to a certain group who do a lot of business with the United States Mint. Because it puts you in a category where they know you can handle it. This is a pedigree that is going to have its own population. It's going to be recorded in the archives of NGC as advanced releases. History breaking. This has never been done before with the American dollars. Never. This has a really unbelievable shot at having one of the lowest populations ever in perfect grade. We guarantee the future of this coin as being a perfect grade. Even if you bought 100 coins, if you were able to, and there was a limit, you couldn't, you wouldn't be able to be guaranteed. You really wouldn't of even getting one. But I'm going to guarantee you 1 or 5 or 10. That's in writing, ladies and gentlemen. It is the last year of the world-famous Mercanti reverse. The last year. It's going away. It's been on this coin. It is what made this coin what it is today. Its reverse design was magic. And when you look at the backstory of it, well, Mercanti was a lover of history and a lover of American coinage and a lover of art and an expert sculptor. He was the man to do this job, and he did it. He created the ultimate reverse. And it has graced that coin since 1986 and forevermore is going to be known as the Type 1. You, ladies and gentlemen, probably already own the first Type 1, the 1986. Don't let history pass you by, because this is the last one. It's gone. It's sold out everywhere. We are more than fortunate. We're blessed. We got in line as a special group to be honored with the opportunity to advance purchase these coins. And now we're here and giving you an opportunity as a pre-sale. So seems to me like you not only get to the front of the line here, but you get the highest quality coins, you get the most exclusive label, and if that wasn't enough, we work hard to bring coins like this to our show at the absolute best price. Everybody wants one of these coins. And a lot of people will pay $500 or $600 for a coin. Oh, most people. And hey, it could have happened to us as well. But we were lucky. We were invited. We were on the list. And that's really what it boils down to. So folks, it isn't often that you get an opportunity like this. Now let me just say one more time. This is a pre-sale, so take a look at what's going to be happening in the very near future. You are going to get the last Mercanti Heraldic Eagle reverse. You are going to get a coin in perfect condition, and it has the highest designation as well, Ultra Cameo. Not a cameo, but an Ultra Cameo. You can't get any better than Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. It's going to have every bell and whistle a numismatic rarity could have. And it has something that most of these rarities that are being offered out there today can't touch: our price. One last time, $495 and a guarantee of an advanced release and a perfect coin in our exclusive label. A quantity of 5, $485 a coin, $2,425 when you buy 5. Break that up into 2 equal payments. You can go even bigger. 10 coins, everyone a guarantee of advanced release, and everyone a perfect Proof 70 grade with our label. And that at $475 a piece beats everybody out there price-wise. That's $4,750 for 10 coins. And again, break that up into the 2-payment option. It's going to help a lot. But one thing that it's really going to do for you is it's going to make you lock that in today. Because I got to tell you, when these coins get delivered, all bets are off. If you're not in line or you're not reserved, let me just say, you're not going to get it. That's just the way it's going to be. Too many people want it. Too many people couldn't get it. So the buck stops here. This coin is going to be the final issue of a legendary set. So I can tell you this. When you decide, if you haven't already, that you want to own every one of these Type 1s in a perfect Proof 70 grade, come and see us, because that's what we do. But one thing you're going to know you have is the last and one of the rarest ones ever. And I thank you so much for watching, and I invite you to stay tuned, but I also want you to remember, get it now. And I'll see you guys soon. Take care.
Anna Williams. Anna Williams. That's how I began my introduction to the first Everest presentation that I gave. Anna Williams. Here's a picture of Anna Williams, folks. Anna Williams. Miss Williams' profile, according to George T. Morgan, who was the designer of the Morgan dollar, he felt her profile was the most nearly perfect he had seen in England or America, the perfect profile for the silver dollar he was designing. It's really interesting, the story behind Anna Williams, because she really was very reluctant to do this modeling. She was only 18 or 19 years old at the time. She didn't want to do it. Modeling was really looked down upon, frowned upon at that time. This was in the 1870s. And she only agreed to model on the condition of anonymity. Unfortunately, it didn't remain a secret, and before long, you know, she was gaining all kinds of attention from this. She was a school teacher, and she eventually lost her job because of it. That's the story behind it. You know, it's amazing. Times have really changed for the better. Here, you know, you had the opportunity to have your portrait on one of our coins, and to you know, have that kind of fate, because, and here you are. I mean, it's so famous today. So famous today. Anna Williams. For all our viewers, folks, for all our viewers who have acquired our Morgan dollar Everest 1, Everest 2, and or our Everest 3 collections, those 3 Morgan dollar collections account for 64 different dates and mint marks in the Morgan dollar series. Almost 2/3 of the entire series in brilliant, uncirculated condition. And the majority of those dates and mint marks are very difficult to find, rare date examples in the series. Many of them are the rarest dates for their respective years. Well, today I have the final installment for you. If you have not acquired any of the other collections, Everest 4 is a great place to start, a perfect place to start. If you have already acquired Everest 1, Everest 2, or Everest 3, Everest 4 is a spectacular final edition. It's a smaller set, 8 coins not found in Everest 1, 2, or 3. And you'll love the price. Now, Morgan dollars are the backbone to U.S. numismatics today. And I believe into the indefinite future for all the right reasons. Here you have a coin, coins that were struck over 100 years ago. They were struck for circulation. They were struck, first struck in the 1800s. 1878 was the first year. They are the largest silver denomination struck by the U.S. Mint. Most, of course, were used for commerce. They were spent. You can find silver dollars in every coin shop, jewelry shop, pawn shop, and certainly in abundance at every coin show. But at least 97% of them are circulated. Only a couple percent of that mintage have survived in brilliant, uncirculated condition. And here's a chart that shows you some of those numbers. Here you've got, in total, over 600 million were originally struck. 270 million were melted down in 1918 in the Pittman Act, leaving around 386 million. But of those, PCGS and NGC combined have only graded about 1.5% of that total in uncirculated Mint State 60 or higher grade. Only about 1.5%. That's it. Now, the key to collecting Morgan dollars is condition. There are two kinds of rarity when it comes to coin collecting. There is absolute rarity and there is condition rarity. Now, in the early days of coin collecting, the early 1900s and before, absolute rarity was the focus of almost all coin collectors. I mean, what few coin collectors there were back in those early days. Absolute rarity focuses on how rare a coin is in any condition, how available it is in any condition. One of the greatest known examples is the 1913 Liberty nickel. Only 5 examples were struck. That was it. So even if you owned the lowest grade, poorest quality example, it would still be worth millions of dollars because of the tremendous absolute rarity. Here's one that sold in auction a few years back. Proof 63. They were all proofs. Proof 63, not one of the finest. And it sold for over $3 million. Because of the tremendous absolute rarity. On the other hand, when we're talking about rare Morgan dollars, we are almost always talking about condition rarity. There are many coins in numismatics that were struck in very high numbers, and they are therefore easy to find. They are very common, at least in circulated condition. But finding them in uncirculated condition, where they have never actually been used for commerce, never been spent, can be quite another matter. And this is especially true in the Morgan dollar series. I've got a Morgan dollar rarity chart that I put together that, and Kim's going to go through it real briefly, and I have the coins in descending order of their condition rarity, from the most common Morgan dollars in uncirculated condition as graded by NGC to the rarest. And it has all the major dates and all the dates and major varieties. And there's over 100 of them. And this is the first page. And the most common Morgan dollars in the 1881 S, over 12 million were struck. Over 226,000 have been graded in mint state. You go down the page, and we're just going to do this really quickly here. And you could see how they get considerably rarer by the end of the page. That last coin in 1900 only 40,000 graded in mint state, even though it has a mintage about the same as the 1881 S. We get to the second page, and you've got, again, we get to coins where fewer than 40,000 have been graded in mint state. Now we're getting to some scarce coins. And just scroll down the rest of that real quick, and we'll get to the third page. And here we get to coins with fewer than 15,000 graded in mint state. That 1921D mintage, that number is incorrect. That's not 14,230. That should actually be 20,345,000. I don't know how that number got in there. But you get down there, and you're getting to some very rare coins now in mint state condition when you get to only 15,000 and fewer coins. And now we get to the next to last page. And you still see a lot of coins. Look at that, in 1889, over 11 million struck, but look how rare it is in mint state. And we'll continue on. You still have a lot of coins with mintages in the millions, but very rare in mint state. And there's the 1886 O, and we'll stop right there. Real briefly, we'll go to the last page, just to the very rarest of all coins. And there you see some coins. Again, you've got the 1901P, 7 million struck, extremely rare in mint state. The rarest coin of all, 93S. Now that's a rare coin, only 100,000 struck. That also happens to be extremely rare in mint state. But the coin right above it, 92S, at 1.2 million struck, and yet it's the second rarest coin in mint state in the series. Now that previous page, you had the 1886 O, and this is such a great great example here because I happen to have an 1886-0 with me, and you could see there the 1886-0. Over 10 million struck. Only 1,600 graded in mint state. It's because it's so rare, even though over 10 million were struck. I bought one in a coin shop about a year ago. And I have it with me. But here's one that's sold in auction, MS-65 grade, in 1886-0. And it's $161,000. It's a $200,000 coin today. Any uncirculated 86-0 is worth thousands and thousands of dollars because of the tremendous condition rarity, an uncirculated condition. And yet I bought this example in a coin shop for, it was around $35. Because it's circulated, and they're very common in circulated condition. There's the 1886-0. When Kim flips it over, you'll see the O mint mark below the eagle there between the D and O in dollar. 1886-0. So when it comes to collecting Morgan dollars, it's all about condition rarity. Acquiring these coins in beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated condition. This is when they can be truly rare. These are the coins that have the greatest long-term potential for the collector of today. And that is the greatest challenge. But that challenge is what gives them their tremendous potential. So many collectors, folks, millions of collectors who own Morgan dollars, yet so few own these coins in their rarest, most desirable, brilliant, uncirculated state. Here you have what is unquestionably the most popular collector series in U.S. numismatics. Millions of numismatists collect Morgan dollars. Here is a printout from the NGC Collector Registry that I have. I only have the first few pages of all the collectors who have their Morgan dollar sets listed in the NGC registry. If I printed out the whole thing, it would be 3/4 of an inch thick. This is just the first few pages. There's thousands and thousands of collectors who have taken the time to enter their sets into the registry. Out of the entire registry, there are only 2 collectors who have sets where the entire set is in uncirculated mint state condition. And there's also the PCGS collector registry. I mean, there you've got several thousand more collectors. And here's the NGC registry. Only 2 collectors out of thousands and thousands who have sets registered that have complete sets in brilliant uncirculated condition. And these are just the collectors who have taken the time to register their sets. I mean, there's 100 times that many collectors who haven't registered their sets in the registry. Now, these folks are very serious collectors. Now, there are 105 different dates and mint marks to complete the set in the NGC registry. You know, give or take, if you want to collect all those different varieties. There are several important varieties. Nevertheless, you still have over 100 different dates and mint marks needed to complete a Morgan dollar collection. Now, you've got all these people trying to assemble these sets. Only 2 have complete sets in brilliant uncirculated condition in the NGC registry. And again, the primary reason is because there are a handful of dates with tremendous condition rarity that are out of the reach financially for many collectors. And here's just a few. Here, for example, here's an 1884 S. Morgan in MS-63 grade, a nice choice MS-63, and it's over $60,000. Here's an 1884 S. Unk details, genuine, cleaning. In other words, it's not even gradable as an uncirculated coin. It's not gradable, folks. because it's been cleaned. It's still over $8,000. I showed you the 1886 O. Here's a 93 O, $10,000. The most famous of all, the rarest of all, the 93S. 93S, just MS62 grade, $115,000. Here's one in MS60 grade that I have here for $100,000. Here's an 1893S in circulated, XF condition, heavily circulated. And it's $25,000. Over the years, I have put together many of the finest Morgan Dollar collections for my clients. I've received many awards for these collections from NGC. Here's one, for example, Best Proof Morgan Collection. This is from the year 2006, the top-rated Proof Morgan Collection. We call it the Everest Collection of Proof Morgan Dollars. Morgan Dollars have been my specialty since I first started specializing full-time as a coin dealer in 1981. They've always been my first love. For all the reasons I gave you starting out, I mean, they're just big, beautiful, affordable coins. They're a bargain at today's price levels. The beauty of our Everest Morgan collections is that I've taken my decades of expertise in Morgan Dollars to earmark those most undervalued Morgan dates in the series. Those dates that offered tremendous condition rarity the equal to or greater than many other dates in the series that cost many, many times more. And when you look at the coins in the Everest set year by year, check this out, folks. Here we have, when you look at Everest 1, 2, and 3 sets, I have them color-coded. Everest 1, you see all the Everest 1 coins are in a burgundy, Everest 2 are in a light blue, Everest 3 are purple. And you look through each date, where I've got all the dates listed, beginning with the 1878s. They're all ranked for each year in terms of their condition rarity. We've completed all the 1878s. We've got everything but the 1879 CC for that year, and this is a great example. 1879 CC. You look at the 1879S there. It's much rarer than the 79 CC. Why don't we have the 1879 CC in there? Well, because in terms of value, bang for your buck, here's an 1879 CC, a nice MS63 piece. It's $10,000. Here's one in MS61, $6,200. You go onto eBay, you can find pages and pages of 1879 CCs. It's not like they're really, really tough coins to find. I mean, they're out there. I mean, there's pages of them. So I didn't include that, you know, in the set. Now you go to the second page. Again, we're going to go through these pages really quickly, and you just take a look at, you know, how much we've completed with Everest 1, 2, and 3. So many of the rarest dates. You see, I've got everything. I haven't included those dates at the top in 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. And we go through, we got the 1884s. There's your 886O we don't have in there yet. $89cc, that's another coin that's $20,000, $30,000 for a low-grade mint state example, $30,000 or more. And then we're going to finish it out. You know, some of the dates, you get into the mid-1890s, some of those dates are just impossible. 1892S, that's in just mint state 60, it's a $40,000, $50,000 coin. 93S, you've seen the price on that. Those are those dates in the mid-1890s, those are the key dates. And here we wrap it up, 1896, 1897, 98. We've got all the dates from 1898 in there, 1899. So you've got all these coins here, 64 of these coins, almost 2/3 of the entire Morgan collection, folks, for around $17,000. You know, and there's so many rare dates there. There are so many collectors who love Morgan dollars. I love Morgan dollars. So many collectors, literally millions of Morgan dollar collectors in every coin shop, every dealer showcase, every coin show, and so few own a set that is even 25% complete with, you know, 25 different dates and mint marks. For our many clients who have acquired the first 3 Everest collections, you own 64 beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated Morgan dollars, the majority of which are better, rarer dates, extremely rare dates in brilliant, uncirculated condition. You know, and they have rarity that equal to or other Morgan dates in the series, as I've shown you, that regularly sell for $5,000, $10,000 and more in the same condition. And you own all 64 of those coins for just over $17,000. 64 coins. Today, I have Everest 4. Everest 4. 8 dates that are not in Everest 1, 2, and 3. 8 dates, with one in particular that is a surprise addition we did not expect to be able to include, but for some very good fortune that Jack was able to jump on. Everest 4 is the last of the Everest series. In the future, we'll be offering the remaining rarest Morgan dates not found in the other Everest collections. But because of the rarity and price of those remaining coins, these dates can only be offered 1 or 2 coins at a time. With Everest 4, you would own 72 Morgan dollars when you include the first 3 Everest sets. That's almost 75% of this complete set, and you've done it for under $20,000. Now, Everest 4. Take a look at the coins in Everest 4, folks. The first date, the 1880S. A beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated example. Kim's going to give you a hand shot of this piece. Beautiful, beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated 1880S Morgan dollar. There's the obverse and reverse. The second date, the 1881S. Brilliant, uncirculated. There aren't going to be any spotted coins, no coins with unattractive toning. Look at the luster on these coins. Now, all Morgan dollars are going to have bag marks. You have to remember, these were large, heavy coins. They were struck for circulation. Once they were struck, they were dumped into bins, you know, with one coin falling on another. The third date is the 1882S. One coin falling on another. From there, they went through counting machines. They were eventually dumped into bags where they were thrown onto trains to be distributed to banks throughout the country. There are no MS-70 Morgan dollars. This is not like the American Silver Eagles that are coins that are individually handled. I mean, there's only a few Morgan dollars that have ever been graded in MS-69. I mean, they all have bag marks. The fourth date, the 1883O. But these are extraordinary specimens, relatively few bag marks, beautiful luster, nice strikes, exceptional luster, exceptional eye appeal. Hand selected by Jack and I. The fifth date, the 1884 O. Again, none of these are in Everest 1, 2, or 3. So if you're just starting and you want to get started on the Everest collection, this is a great place to start. If you've already got Everest 1, 2, and 3, this Everest 4 gives you 4 more dates you need for your collection. Beautiful 1884 O. The next date is a beautiful 1885 O. This one looks almost semi-proof like. I mean, beautiful, beautiful luster on all of these. Look at the semi-proof like. Look at the reflectivity in the mirrors, in the fields on that coin. That's the 6th coin, the 1885 O, and then the 7th coin is the 1887 P. $1887P. Okay, that's 7 coins. That's 7 coins, but there's 8 coins in this set. What's the 8th coin? This was so perfect. Folks, this was so perfect. When Jack and I acquired this deal, we had a lot of options. One of which was to make a presentation on this one coin that we have, because it's a really special Morgan dollar that deserves its own presentation. It's a much rarer date of a variety that is well known among Morgan dollar collectors. And it's a great favorite among Morgan dollar collectors. We acquired some 1891 CC, 1891 Carson City, brilliant uncirculated Morgan dollars. We've got almost 80 of them, 4 tubes. This is a coin you rarely ever see offered. It's much rarer in brilliant uncirculated condition than the 1878 CC, the 1880 CC, reverse of 79, the 1881 CC, the 1882 CC, the 83 CC, 84 CC, even the 85 CC, a coin which you often see offered on other shows because of its low mintage. But in fact, in brilliant uncirculated condition, the 1891 CC is rarer than all of those in brilliant uncirculated condition. One of the reasons is because the government treasury hoard of Carson City silver dollars uncovered in the 1960s included many brilliant uncirculated bags of these other dates, but there were very few 1891 CCs in a GSA holder. They command a tremendous premium. Here's one in the GSA holder, and this is typical, just a regular, a nice BU MS-63 1891 CC in a GSA holder. It's over $6,000. Now, the 1891 CC is a great date. I wasn't able to include it in the Everest 3 Carson City set. But there is also a special variety of the 1891 CC caused by a die imperfection. It's called the Spitting Eagle. And that is the coin we have included as the 8th coin in this collection. The Spitting Eagle, so noted because we have a picture of the reverse where you look at the eagle's head there, and there was a die imperfection, and it looks like, well, it's self-explanatory. what's so beautiful is the population on this coin. You look at the 1891 cc's, folks. Well, first of all, here's all the Carson City dollars certified by NGC, and they're arranged by order of total number certified in descending order. The most common are at the top, the 84 cc. You see there, 49,000 have been certified in Mint State, and they're in descending order. And you get to the 92 cc, a very tough date, only 3,900 graded. The 91 cc Spitting Eagle, they've only certified 3,200 examples in brilliant uncirculated condition, almost as tough as the 79 cc. So Jack and I thought, you know, eventually we're going to need a 91 cc Morgan dollar to complete the set. But wouldn't this be the perfect 91 cc? Wouldn't this be the greatest bonus for our clients? Kimberly's got an example of one here to show you, the obverse of the Spitting Eagle. Beautiful 1891 cc Spitting Eagle variety. We have almost 80 examples, just short of 4 complete rolls of this coin, which we can include in the Everest 4 collection. Take a look. Here I have my condition rarity chart for those years in the Morgan series, and at the bottom there you have condition rarity rankings for all the 1890 issues. 1891 cc of all varieties, you can see there's over 8,000 graded. Very rare coin. But there you got the 1891 cc Spitting Eagle variety, the rarest coin in that group. I mean, if you're going to get a 91 cc, this is the one you want to get. A key issue for a very, very tough year in the Morgan Dollar Series included in this Everest 4 collection at a great price, because we didn't have to pay a premium for the Spitting Eagle. In other words, we acquired these Spitting Eagles at what, for Jack, was a once-in-a-lifetime price. I mean, this was better than any 1891 cc BU Morgan deal he acquired when he was a buyer at Stack's. These 4 rolls. So here we have Everest 4. If you have acquired the first Everest sets, these are 8 dates you need. If you have never acquired one of these collections, this is a perfect time to start, because we have the entire 8-coin set that includes the Spitting Eagle. Here's one I saw on eBay as a comp. Spitting Eagle variety. They want $2,400 for their example. This is a P&G dealer, a Professional Numismatic Guild dealer. P&G dealer, $2,400 just for his Spitting Eagle. We have got the entire set for only $1,495 for all 8 coins. That's not just the Spitting Eagle, that's the entire 8-coin set. $1,495 is the entire set price, and you're going to get it in this custom box, just like Everest 1, 2, and 3. We have almost 80 sets that we can offer until we run out of the Spitting Eagle variety, folks. Until we run out. And we are getting a lot of calls coming in for this one now. This is something that was a long time in the making, because I needed that 8th coin. We had those 7 coins, and I wanted to get an 8th coin that was going to be really, really special, that would make this, you know, whether or not you had purchased any of the other Everest collections, I wanted to make Everest 4 really special at a great, great price. And this came along, and this was just absolutely perfect. I mean, it is one of those once-in-a-lifetime opportunities to get an 1891 cc, which is a rare coin in brilliant uncirculated condition, whether or not you have the Spitting Eagle variety. But to get this variety, to be able to offer it without having to pay a premium, so that we are able to offer the entire set at this price, folks, it's just an absolute thrill. to be able to finally offer you Everest 4. This is something, again, Jack and I have been working on for many, many months. And the 91cc group came along, and this was absolutely the perfect coin for this absolutely sensational Everest 4 set. There you see the reverse of the 1891cc. Only $1,495 for the entire set. We've got a lot of people calling in. We just had one individual buying 3 sets. 3 sets. Thank you very much. That's only $14.95 is $187 a coin. $187 a coin for this amazing Everest 4 collection. And there you see a blow-up of the reverse of the very, very famous variety there with that die pit that resulted in the, what looks like, you know, the Spitting Eagle variety, the very, very, very well-known Spitting Eagle variety. Once more, let's go through these, each of these coins once more. Kimberly, one last hand shot on each of these. Again, it starts with the 1880s. Beautiful, beautiful, brilliant uncirculated specimen. Got a lot of folks calling in. I don't know, do we have any open lines there? Any open lines? Everybody is busy right now. Hopefully we'll get open lines very soon. Looks like we have one that may be open, just opened up right now. There's the first date in this series, the 1880s. Again, these are all 8 coins are coins that are not in Everest 1, 2, or 3. So if you have those first 3 sets, these will be additions to the Everest collection. And if you haven't acquired those first 3 sets, Everest 4 is the perfect place to start. You get these beautiful 8 coins, the 1881s, beautiful, brilliant uncirculated specimens that include the extremely rare 1891cc Spitting Eagle variety. The third coin is the 1882s. Fourth coin, 1883-0. Fifth coin, 84-0. The sixth date, again, hand-selected. Jack and I go through thousands and thousands of Morgan dollars to find the nicest choice examples of all of these dates. A beautiful 85-0. There's the seventh date, the 87P. So you got the 80S, the 81S, 82S, 83-0, 84-0, 85-0, 87P, and then the eighth coin, the 1891cc, a rare coin in any brilliant condition, but we have today, while we have them, almost 4 rolls of the 1891cc. We've sold almost a roll quantity of sets at this point. Again, we start with almost 4 complete rolls of 1891cc's that we can, with the Spitting Eagle variety, that we can include in this set here. And this is a very, very popular item now, with getting a very, very strong response on this. We do now have an open line, so if you've been trying to get in, now's the time to do it. Call in now. We just went through this one last time. There you see the display case. These sets will come in a beautiful custom wood frame display case to go along with that is a nice match for the other Everest collections. I want to thank you for watching this presentation from Kim and I on these Everest Morgan dollars. This is a project, again, we started with Everest 1, Everest 2, Everest 3. With Everest 4 here, you've got about 3/4 of the entire Morgan dollar collection. If you acquired all four, it's less than $20,000, well under $20,000 for about 3/4 of the entire Morgan dollar collection in brilliant uncirculated condition, with many of the tougher dates in the series in brilliant uncirculated condition. That's what makes it so special, is that I went through and I looked for all the most undervalued issues in the series in brilliant uncirculated condition. And in Everest 4, we managed to get a little lucky and get the 1891cc Spitting Eagle variety that we're able to include in this set. And again, we didn't pay an extra premium for it. And so we get to offer it to you at just the price of a regular 1891cc. So it's a great series here that we have for you. Thank you for watching this presentation. Please stay tuned for the next presentation coming up. We have something very, very exciting to show you next. Folks, over the years, I have been entrusted with building some of the finest coin collections for my clients. Just recently, my clients were awarded several prestigious awards from NGC, the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. This is an award at Everest Collection Liberty Head Double Eagles, the finest known proof collection Type 3 variety given by NGC. And to the right, we see another award for Liberty Head Double Eagles, the complete set from 1850 to 1907. Here's one for seated Liberty half dollars, proof condition, the finest known set of proof seated Liberty half dollars. Now, what is the point of showing those awards that my clients have received? I'm not going to stand up here and offer you something that I don't think is a great coin for you to own. I've never done that, and I never will. I come up here when I have something that I think is a really, truly exceptional opportunity for our viewers of Rare Collectibles TV. And I've got an incredible coin for you today. It receives my highest recommendation. In fact, I'll go so far as to say that if there's just one United States coin I would strongly encourage you to own, if you've never acquired a United States rare coin in your life or never planned to acquire another, this one coin, it's truly a national treasure, folks. It's the Gold Double Eagle that I have for you today. This historic classic is extremely rare in the condition I have it in. It's the 1907 first year of issue St. Gaudens Double Eagle, a coin whose final design wasn't approved until late in 1907. And it wasn't even struck until the final 2 months in 1907. And so, in total, the Mint was only able to strike 361,667 coins. An incredibly minuscule mintage. And of those 361,000 coins, virtually all of them immediately went into circulation. They were struck for commerce. Citizens were using the coins to buy and sell things with. That's their purpose. They were struck for commerce. Today, by what I can only describe as a miracle, we have recovered over 100 examples from a fresh mint bag, similar to this bag that I'm holding right now, that had been hidden in a vault for about 90 years. And these coins have now been certified as choice uncirculated, mint state 62 condition. Take a look at these 1907 first year of issue St. Gaudens double eagles, struck in 1907. The quality of these coins, folks, is phenomenal. You look at this coin, folks. The double eagle. The double eagle is a little smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. It's the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. It's a little smaller than a Morgan dollar. However, it's about 25% heavier than a Morgan dollar. They're very heavy coins, struck in a very soft metal, gold. To survive in this condition is miraculous. These survivors, folks, in this condition, mint state 62 is extraordinary. Extraordinary. To have over 100 examples is a first in the history of Coin TV. These 1907 Saints, folks, take a look at the rarity of these coins. We have had St. Gaudens double eagles before in an uncirculated condition, but they're typically more common dates in the series. The most common being the 1924 P, where you can see PCGS has graded over 50,000 examples, or the 1908 P, Nomata, where they've graded over 20,000 examples. The 1927 P. Those first three dates, folks, supply the bulk of the uncirculated St. Gaudens double eagles in existence. Just those first three dates. You get down to some of those rare dates. 1923 P, only 7,800 coins. And there you see the 1907 P at the bottom. Only 2,900 coins in mint state 62 condition, and you see the mintage there. Now I've got one more chart that will help illustrate what I'm talking about. When you look at the entire series, they struck over 70 million coins in uncirculated mint state condition. NGC and PCGS combined have graded about 1.9 million. That only represents about 2.5% to 3% of the total mintage. But of that total, the 24P, 27P, and 08 Nomata represent the vast majority of the uncirculated specimens. The remaining 48 dates, 675,000 coins, spread out among the 48 dates. So this 07P, first year of issue in mint state condition, is an incredibly special opportunity. Now, for those of you new to numismatics, coins are graded on a 70-point scale, from a low of 1 to a high of 70. It's called the Sheldon grading scale, and it's been used by the major grading services since the mid-1980s. The lower the number, the worse the condition of the coin. A coin with a 1 is a coin so heavily worn you can barely make out any detail on the coin at all. You can barely make out the date. A very heavily worn coin. Anything below a 60 is a coin that has been in circulation with wear on the coin. A 60 and above, anything from 60 to 70, is a coin that has never been in circulation. In other words, these coins could have been in this bag, or a bag like this, since 1907, undisturbed. And that's pretty rare. There aren't too many double eagles out there that have never come out of the mint bag, have spent over 100 years in a mint bag. Now, once you get to 60, you have a coin that has been uncirculated, and typically that 60 is a coin that's, well, it's never been in circulation and has a lot of heavy bag marks. Remember, folks, these coins were not made for collecting back then. They were struck for commerce. They were meant to be spent. So the mint tried to produce the most coins possible without a lot of concern about the quality. The coins were struck on a high-speed press, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another, collecting dings, gouges, and scuffs along the way. They would go through coin counting machines. They would go through the inspection and adjustment department. And from there, they would be dumped into bags. And the bags would be thrown onto trains. And these bags were heavy. So they didn't gingerly place them on the train. They would literally throw them on. The coins would then be rattling around for weeks on the train, abrading with each other and accumulating all kinds of bag marks, long before they even arrived at the banks across the country. And these heavy coins, struck in gold, a very soft metal, would acquire what is referred to as bag marks. And you can see from looking at this example, here's a typical double eagle. And you can see from the deep cuts and gouges, simply from abrading and colliding with other coins. Look at the deep cut along the rim and a deep gash in Liberty's waist. This coin is not even gradable. Here's another one. This is a 1907, the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series. And you can see a deep cut along her upper cheekbone there, a deep scrape at the bottom part of her neck and back of her head. Again, this is all from contact. These are large, heavy coins. And this is why it is so hard to get high-quality, uncirculated coins, and why it's so exciting when we have these coins in this outstanding quality today. These are really rare, only 2,900 certified by PCGS. Now, all our coins are going to be graded by either PCGS or NGC, and that's very important. They're the two most highly respected independent grading services in the country. All the dealers and collectors recognize them as being the two most highly respected grading services in the nation. That guarantees you the fact that the coin is the quality we say it is. So if you're new to collecting, folks, this is your guarantee. Now, again, this is a limited time offer. These glorious first year of issue 1907 St. Gaudens Double Eagles you see today, largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. The coin was actually named after the preeminent sculptor of the era, Augustus St. Gaudens. Many numismatists consider it the most beautiful and inspirational coin design in our history. It was St. Gaudens' final masterpiece, folks, as he tragically passed away from cancer in 1907, the year the coin was due to be first released. And with St. Gaudens' passing, Charles Barber, who was the chief engraver at the Mint, was tasked with the responsibility of fine-tuning the design to make it acceptable for striking by the die press. As a result, the Mint was only able to begin striking these coins late in 1907, the final couple months of the year. And they weren't released to the public until late in December of 1907. Now you take a look at one of these. To survive in this condition, folks, these coins should not exist in this condition. This is the whole point. These should not exist. And I'm going to tell you why they exist. I'm going to tell you that story in just a couple minutes. This coin, though, without question, the St. Gaudens Double Eagle is the single most popular gold coin in all of U.S. numismatics. You regularly find this classic on the cover of numismatic magazines and books. Here's a numismatic rare coin market report. Every collector probably wants at least one St. Gaudens Double Eagle in their collection, without question. Now, talking about being in the right place at the right time, a little over 100 of these coins. Folks, the only reason that we have this opportunity today, these most historic national treasures, this first year of issue, extremely rare in any condition, but preserved in extraordinary mid-state 62. The only reason they exist is, interestingly enough, due to the Great Depression. The Great Depression began in late 1929. It was economic devastation for countries around the world. Our country hadn't experienced anything like it since the Civil War. The stock market crashed, unemployment was around 25%, It was catastrophic. There were an estimated 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Millions of Americans had their life savings wiped out. Overnight, a family that felt secure suddenly found themselves destitute because there was no FDIC insurance back then. Your money wasn't guaranteed. Could you imagine having your life savings, 20 years, 30 years of your life savings in the bank for safekeeping? That was your nest egg, folks. And imagine going to the bank the next day and the banks shuttered closed. They failed. You were wiped out, affecting hundreds of thousands of families, millions of families. So, a lot of citizens who had their life savings in banks that had not yet failed were understandably terrified that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their bank and taking that paper money, which for all they knew could be next to worthless in 6 months or a year, and they began buying United States gold coins. I think I probably would have done the same thing if I had been in their position. After all, gold, throughout human history, across cultures, has always had a special value. So you had all these citizens pulling their money out of banks, buying these gold coins, which created additional stress on our banking system. They had to put a stop on this run on the banks because that was just threatening more banks, more bank failures. And so on April 5th, 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, which made owning over $100 worth of gold or gold bullion or gold certificates illegal. And back then, gold was about $20 an ounce. So the maximum number of gold double eagles you could own were 5. And everyone would have to turn their gold coins into the Treasury for paper money on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, folks, it was enforced. You could face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And folks, they enforced it. And so all those people that had accumulated all those gold coins had to turn them in to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. Now, what did the Treasury do with all these gold coins? Over the span of that decade, the mint melted down 39% of the entire mintage of all gold double eagles. That was over 50 million coins. Now, this is where the great European bank hoard comes in. Well, people were caught between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, they could keep their savings in the bank and risk complete financial ruin if their bank failed. Or on the other hand, they could buy gold to preserve their wealth, but face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment. But there was a third option. It turns out not every citizen turned all their gold in. For individuals of means and some institutions who basically said to themselves, well, the government might tell us it is illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. The executive order didn't say we can't own gold in another country. And so, before the executive order took effect, there were some individuals and institutions who bought United States gold coins by the bag, and they began shipping bags of gold coins to banks in Europe. And those bags of United States gold coins have been sitting in those vaults undisturbed since the early 1930s until now. And if not for one of those bags sitting there since the 1930s, these coins would not exist. Stunning. Oh, almost like they're specimens. One of the great classic designs. It's the one coin where you have this classic obverse, this incredible, iconic rendition of Liberty on the obverse. But the reverse is equally inspirational. The reverse, the American eagle, its wings outstretched in full flight on an upward trajectory with rays of the sun behind. It's magnificent. To survive in this condition, these heavy gold double eagles, about an ounce of gold. As far as the St. Gaudens Double Eagle series goes, I think the 1907 Saint, the few that we have, represents the holy grail coming out of the great European gold hoard. Folks, I could show you some prices of what other dealers are selling this coin for. $5,900, $5,500, but that's irrelevant. Because when we get a great deal like this, a great opportunity, we don't base it on what the market will bear. We base it on our cost. $4,900 for this coin would be a great opportunity. We'd sell them. We would surely sell them. But it wouldn't be based on our cost. Now, $3,900 would be a phenomenal price. Remember, again, you got about a full ounce of gold here. Gold is around $1,800 an ounce. This is the 1907 St. Gaudens, extremely rare in any condition, uncirculated. We've got this coin today. Call in now while we have them, folks. We have a limited quantity of these. This is a date we rarely get. When we do get them, we might get 4 or 5 pieces. We got these out of the great European gold hoard. They came from a mint bag, just graded. While we have them, $3,295 a coin. And it's available on the 2-payment option. So in other words, it's a great price, but if you can't swing the entire $32.95 today, if you can put half down of $1,647.50, we will set one of these 1907 Saints aside for you with your name on it, put it in our vault, and pay the balance in 30 days. It doesn't get any better than that. We can't do any better than that, folks. This is a date that, it's always a thrill when I get the 1907 Saints in. There are so many other St. Gaudens dates that we've offered over the years, but my number one favorite St. Gaudens will always be this first year of issue. It only struck for a couple months late in 1907. Tiny mintage of only 361,000 coins. Most went into circulation. A lot of them were melted down by the Treasury. As you can see from the population report, only 2,900 graded by PCGS in Mint State 62. This is a small window of opportunity, but your timing is perfect, folks. Never has the numismatic premium for such a rare gold coin been so low as it is right now. There was an article that came out in a Coin Dealer publication. Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? Now, when they're talking about generic gold, they're talking about the most common gold. For example, the 1924P, 1908 Nomato, 1927P, those are generic St. Gaudens Double Eagles. They're not rare dates like that 1907. That's not a generic coin. This is a rarity. But here's the important segment of that article. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. What do they mean by that? I remember a time, it was at least 15, 20 years ago, I had a Mint State Double Eagle when gold was around $350 to $400 an ounce. It was in that range. And I remember selling it to a dealer for around $3,500, or in other words, 10 times the gold value. That's what these coins were going for at that particular time, 10 times the gold value in mint state condition. Now today gold is between $1,700, $1,800 an ounce. 10 times the gold value is $18,000. And here I have this really rare 1907, not a 1908 or 1924P or 27P. It's a coin that's at least 10 times rare, 20 times rarer than any of those coins. And we've got them for less than twice the melt value, folks. There is so much potential in these coins today. This is a coin you want to hold on to. This is a keepsake. This is a national treasure. This is a coin you can feel so good about because you're not taking a big risk here. This is a classic with about a full ounce of gold. This first year of issue, this most desirable gold double eagle from the 20th century, a coin that will always be in tremendous, tremendous demand, especially in uncirculated mint state condition. It's the 1907. Most importantly, folks, it's this 1907 that is of the no motto variety. There is no "In God We Trust" on the coin. Early in 1908, there was an outcry among citizens in the country to have the motto "In God We Trust" added to the coin. And so they added "In God We Trust" to the reverse of the coin just above the sun. So the vast majority of St. Gordon's double eagles are struck with what we call the motto reverse. This no motto reverse, extremely rare. And again, all the 1907s of the few that are out there are the no motto variety. Now the question is, well, why didn't it have a motto? Well, there was no "In God We Trust" in 1907 because then President Theodore Roosevelt believed putting "In God We Trust" on a coin was sacrilege because of the fact that many people would use coins for less than noble purposes. And so that was his very strong, passionate belief. He even wrote an editorial article that appeared in the New York Times of the day explaining why he didn't want "In God We Trust" on the coin. However, public sentiment was overwhelming. Everyone wanted "In God We Trust." And so he relented, and early in 1908, they added "In God We Trust" to the St. Gordon's double eagle. And all the St. Gordon's double eagles struck after that date, early in 1908 through the end of the series, 1933, had "In God We Trust." And 1933 was the last year the St. Gordon's was struck. There have been no gold double eagles struck for commerce since 1933. No gold coins at all since 1933, folks. This is from another era. This is from a bygone era. This is a classic. They aren't making any more of these. The demand is only going to grow with the passage of time for a national treasure like we have here today. This is a coin to put away for yourself, your kids, your grandkids, to keep in the family. If you can swing 2, if you can swing 3, I would encourage you to do so. Again, we have just over 100 examples, and it's the 1907. It's not a 1924P common date or a 1927P common date. It's the extremely rare 1907, struck only for a couple months late in 1907. Very few have survived in uncirculated condition. This is a coin that'll be so good to you. I love this coin. I truly do. I love making presentations on the 1907 because it's such a great story. And it's the story that makes this coin what it is today. The history, the meaning, what it means to our country, the words and symbols, the images on this coin. It's what America is all about. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching.
And this is Rare Collectibles TV. I kind of call this like the coin cave, what we got going right now, or maybe the kingdom of coins. We have some really exciting new stuff. Now, the last couple of years or a year or so has been extremely challenging for the entire world. But I'll tell you who it's really been challenging for is the United States Mint, the United States Treasury, the arm of our government responsible for providing us with some of the greatest coins we all know and love. And I'll tell you, by law, nothing stops the production of coins. The government could shut down, the whole world's going to shut down, but the United States Treasury is going to find a way to issue real United States money no matter what. And it's always been so. In time of war, in time of peace, in time of crisis, no matter what, nothing stops the United States dollar. right? And when we think of the United States dollar, what really comes to mind above all other forms of paper and everything else you could think about are silver dollars. And ladies and gentlemen, the United States of America issues a silver dollar still. And I'll tell you what, it's a really special coin. It's larger than any silver dollar we have ever issued. You know what I'm talking about, right? The American Silver Eagle dollar. This is a coin, in fact, a whole series of silver dollars that really Ronald Reagan was responsible for. Because Ronald Reagan was the president who pushed for the United States to issue a new silver dollar. This started in his first term of office in 1981. He was unsuccessful in getting Congress to pass a bill that allowed the issuing of a new American silver dollar. But by his second term in office, Ronald Reagan signed into law the Liberty Coin Act. What was amazing about the Liberty Coin Act that nobody even really talks about too much is that the main focus of the Liberty Coin Act was to authorize the U.S. Treasury to honor the 100th anniversary of the Statue of Liberty, which would have been 1986. So the Liberty Coin Act refers to the authorization to strike the Statue of Liberty coin program. A silver dollar, a half dollar, and a $5 gold coin. As an addendum to this bill, the Liberty Coin Act, the American Eagle program was born. It was Title II, and it turned out to be the authorization to strike the American Silver Eagle dollar. This coin has been issued since 1986 without fail, year in and year out. So, of course, the crisis that we just went through wasn't going to stop the issuing of the silver dollar. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the government set about, by really emergency powers, by emergency order, to get these coins struck. And because of the short staff at every mint, and because of the fact that it was a law to issue these coins year in and year out without fail, some of the lowest mintage silver dollars have recently been issued under the emergency powers. Now, this has been done before, ladies and gentlemen. I want to remind you of the times when the United States of America had to, by emergency powers, issue coins. Now, this hadn't happened until World War II. Now, those of you who remember World War II by studying the history, you know already in your coin collectors that there were a couple of emergency issues. The first one I want to talk about was the Jefferson nickel. Now, in the 1940s, from 1942 to 1945, Jefferson nickels were issued under emergency powers, and the nickel was removed from the coin. And to be able to tell the difference of the coins, a large mint mark was placed where it was never placed before, over the dome of Monticello on the reverse of the Jefferson nickel. And that's how you knew that you were in possession of emergency issue Jefferson nickels. And there's one right there. So the precedence of issuing emergency coins didn't begin with the Silver Eagle. No, it began a lot earlier. There's an example. Now, for those collectors who know, there's a really unusual Lincoln penny, the steel cent. The only time, 1943, that the steel cent was issued was during World War II. Copper, as it turned out, was vital to the war effort. So the copper was removed from the cent, and the steel cents were issued. Emergency issue. And there's an image of a steel cent issued in 1943 under really emergency powers to change the material that the Lincoln cents were composed of. So copper was removed. So when you flash forward all the way to the present time, we have a special emergency issue United States silver dollar in Mint State 69. Mint State 69 is next to the absolute highest grade that you can get. And any grade above Mint State 69 is known as a perfect coin. Absolutely no flaws. Now, this cannot be detected with just the naked eye. No, it has to be viewed under 5 times magnification. to see any flaws that might be there. So when you look at a Mint State 69 silver dollar, it's virtually perfect. And I'll tell you, when it comes to, well, one of the most famous coins in all the world, the Morgan dollar, there are no perfect coins. The highest grade, and just a handful, are in Mint State 69. Something great happened. These silver dollars that were being issued under the emergency powers had unbelievably low mintages. And I want to get right into the price, ladies and gentlemen, because this coin is in such great demand, and it's simple to understand why. There were only 495,000 of these coins struck. Never in the history of the world of silver dollars at the U.S. Mint has there been a cap on a business-struck silver eagle. This coin right here that you're looking at was the regular issue. The hardest ones to get in the highest grades, by the way. But never are there a cap on those mintages. But this one was a little bit different than all of that. Right from the get-go, instead of striking all the coins at West Point, Philadelphia was really ordered to stand up and produce coins to augment the supply that West Point was issuing. San Francisco also jumped in. But Philadelphia had really low mintages. And this silver dollar that you're looking at right there, folks, the mintage was 495,000. And there are few silver dollars of any era, Morgan dollars, Peace dollars, American Silver Eagles, that have such a low mintage. Keeping all that in mind, certified first release, struck at the Philadelphia Mint with the heraldic eagle Type 1 reverse, and we're going to get into that in just a second. Because, folks, not only is all this information unbelievable with the low mintages and emergency production, but you're looking at the last of the heraldic eagle reverses for this great coin. And since 1986, this silver dollar, the American Eagle silver dollar, has been produced with John Mercanti's heraldic eagle reverse. Folks, get ready. In fact, I would recommend getting the phone in your hand if you don't have it already, because this is a coin that we're going to be offering in quantity, and we have these live. It's what everybody has been waiting for. The coins have arrived. The coins are certified. The coins are amazing. White, the quality, the strike, everything about these, the low mintage, the price. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're also going quantity here, so this is what everybody has been waiting for. If you want a single coin, it's not $199. These are certified. They're $99 for a single coin. Ladies and gentlemen, you can buy a lot of 5, and the price drops down to $97 per coin. $485. And you can go for 10, because we have a lot of collectors who want to put together the last of these silver dollars. They're going away. They're forever going to be the last Type 1, and the new Type 2 will be released shortly. But this silver dollar that you're looking at, its reverse is going away. And man, it had a great run. It has made the coin what it is today. Of course, the obverse didn't hurt either. But take advantage, because a lot of 10, the price drops down to $95 a piece, $950. And I don't have to tell you collectors who pay attention to what's going on how many coins you will have to submit to come away with one lot where every single coin is a Mint State 69. It's not just one for one, ladies and gentlemen. We do the hard work, we give you the greatest coins, and of course, I want you to understand how much value we have here. So, here we go. I really have so little time and so much info. That's why I wanted you all to get on the phone right now. First of all, I want you to take a look at the business strikes in terms of mintage of the American Silver Eagle program from the beginning, 1986, and you'll notice something about the first date, 1986, pretty low mintage. But when you consider that they only struck the coins for about a month or a month and a half, they didn't start until November of 1986, almost at the end of the year, Well, the low mintage can really be kind of figured out because there was no time. Second year, everybody jumped in at a time when nobody even realized that there was a new silver dollar being issued by the U.S. government. And you can see how the coins have gained popularity as the years have gone on. Some years have lower mintage than others, some are higher than others, obviously. And when we get to the last page of this table here, we see how the popularity of the American Silver Eagle dollar has exploded. And then I want you to look at that final line right down there, because that mintage of 495,000 coins is the second lowest mintage ever of the American Silver Eagle business struck dollar. In fact, its mintage is so low that it can compete with many of the collector coins that were issued, that are special ordered and specially struck from the U.S. Mint. Those coins, my friends, I want to show you just what they're all about in terms of mintages and how low this amazing silver dollar, how it sits, how low it sits on the depth chart, if you will, of American Silver Eagles. So what I'm going to show you right now are proofs and burnished dies. We call them the collector's issues. You know, the funny thing is, this silver dollar, which originally just was intended to be, you know, the basic silver dollar, much like the Morgans, has become the coin to collect. And people are building entire series runs of this coin because these are the hardest to achieve in the high grades because they're not doubly struck. They're not struck on a slow speed press. They're not hand operated. They're automated. So to come back with coins in Mint State 69 is really a real treat. When you look at silver dollars from yesteryear, hardly any in Mint State will gain that grade of Mint State 69. I mean, hardly any. I mean, when you get to the older silver dollars, Morgans and Peace, when you get a Mint State 65, it's a big deal. So here we have American Silver Eagle dollars, the collector's issue, from 1986 to the present time. And I just want you to take in all the mintages. These reflect collectors who have just stepped up to the plate to get coins. Now, you see that 1995 W, the 10th anniversary coin, that's the bell ringer. That's the coin, the barometer of all American Silver Eagles, of which all the coins really are judged against. But that was a collector's coin, ladies and gentlemen, that was struck in 1995 and included in the 10th anniversary gold set. And when we talk about the popularity of the collector issues, take a look at what's been happening. Every year, these coins, which are special ordered from the U.S. Mint, have great sales. These are all collectors. And I want you to look at where this amazing silver dollar stands. Because of its low mintage, this coin really has a rightful place amongst all of the collector issues. That's the indicator of ultimate rarity, mintage. So, ladies and gentlemen, 495,000 coins were all that were issued. And that's issued directly from the U.S. Mint. All of us love the Morgan dollar. I love presenting Morgan dollars ever since I was a little kid. I've collected Morgan dollars. They were always in circulated condition. You could barely read the date. I was so happy to own them. Some of the greatest Morgan dollars are the ones with a low mintage, and even some of the ones with a high mintage. But I want to show you, in terms of some of the most famous Morgan dollars, where this coin, the American Silver Eagle dollar, stacks up against them in terms of mintage. You know, and immediately we look at the 1888S, and I want to show you. Now, the 1888S is a coin with a higher mintage than these Philly silver dollars that we're talking about right now. And I want to show you what they do in terms of some of the finest examples ever found. And the reason why I'm putting a coin up here right now, folks, in a Mint State 67, is to illustrate the collectability of these coins that were originally struck just to be released into circulation. Look at that coin right there. Over $24,000. One of the most famous coins, in fact, one of the most famous mints that struck Morgan dollars was the Carson City Mint. And when you talk about rare Carson City silver dollars, one of the ones that comes to mind all the time is the 1879 Carson City silver dollar, the 1879 CC. Now, the 1879 CC has a really low mintage. It's way less than $1 million. But I got to tell you, the mintage is not as low as this new American silver dollar from the Philadelphia Mint that was produced under emergency powers, the American Silver Eagle dollar. Because the 1879 Carson City silver dollar has a mintage of 756,000. It's very low. And here is an 1879 CC in a really high grade for an 1879 CC. It's a Mint State 66 plus. And that coin, as you can see, brought fabulous money at an auction. It brought almost $280,000. I point these rarities out to you because the ultimate indicator of rarity is mintage. And when you have a silver dollar, and oh, by the way, the American silver dollar has become the most collected and most popular silver dollar the United States has ever issued. And coming from a Morgan dollar collector and somebody who has been collecting coins and dealing in coins way before the American Silver Eagle dollar was even issued, this American Silver Eagle that we have loved since 1986 has taken the top spot in popularity for silver dollars. So I ask you this question. With all of the millions of silver dollar collectors collecting the first silver dollars from the United States of America, all the way through to the very last silver dollar issue of John Mercanti's heraldic Eagle Reverse, what are collectors going to want to have when they have to have the final coin in their collection for this great series? You are looking at the ultimate example of emergency powers. You're looking at the ultimate example of the United States Treasury continuing, no matter what happens in America, whether it's war or whether it is disease, never stops producing United States coinage. That is something the world looks to. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I got to wrap this up. But here is your final opportunity to get the last of its kind, because the next silver dollar that you see from the American Eagle series will be the beginning of the Type 2s. This is the last Type 1, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss the opportunity. One coin, $99. The next step up is for 5, and we drop the price to $97 each, $485. And then if you want to go all in, 10 coins, all certified Mint State 69, all first releases, $95 each for a total of $950. This silver dollar, ladies and gentlemen, has really set the world on fire. There are few issues that can compare to this low mintage, no matter what series you're talking about. Even the great Morgan dollar, some of the rarest Morgan dollars, have higher mintages than this coin right here. So I think, and a lot of collectors do too, in fact, almost every collector, this one is destined for greatness. So I hope you get in on the ground floor with everybody else. And I want to tell you, this is the deal of the day, if you want to put it that way. I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it's really been a great pleasure to bring this quantity of coins to you, but get them while we still have a quantity, because, folks, they won't last. So thank you so much for watching, and stay tuned. Lots of good stuff coming up.
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? I have a truly great silver half dollar for you today, folks. This silver commemorative half dollar, to me, is one of the most significant 90% silver half dollars struck by the U.S. Mint the last 100 years. It was struck in 1982. It commemorates the 250th anniversary of George Washington's birth. It is also the only commemorative half dollar struck during the 1982 to present series that is struck on 90% silver planchets. The obverse of this coin features George Washington astride his horse. The reverse depicts the eastern facade of Washington's home, Mount Vernon. Now, most significantly, this is the first coin design chosen to begin the U.S. commemorative series, which has become so extraordinarily popular. Since this first coin, this 1982 Washington commemorative, there have been literally hundreds of new commemorative coins and designs of various denominations struck in the U.S. commemorative series. But this is the one that started it all. In my mind, it stands head and shoulders above all the others. And I would say the Mint hit a grand slam home run in its choice of the design of the coin, in its subject matter, what it represents to our nation. This man, captured in a moment in time on this coin, stunning Washington commemorative proof silver half dollars in the extraordinary grade of proof 69 Ultra Cameo. The highest possible grade any coin can receive is a 70. A 69, folks, is a coin that, when the graders study it, appears flawless to the naked eye. They then put it under higher magnification. If under that higher magnification, they see the tiniest flaw, it gets a 6.9. If they don't see a flaw, it gets a 70. You look at these, and it's hard to believe that they were struck about 40 years ago in this incredible, well-preserved condition. Now, yes, George Washington was our first president, but most importantly, he was our commander-in-chief. When the commander-in-chief meant you were the general leading troops into battle. And the image of this coin, its symbolism, has a most important story to tell. Among the most important values I hold most dearly about my love for United States rare coins is the eternal marriage of the symbols, words, and images of our coins to the history of our nation. And most importantly, to the ideals, the daily reminders of what we stand for and who we are as Americans. This first silver commemorative, the image of George Washington as general during the Revolutionary War on his horse. Now, there's a lot of debate among historians about who was our greatest president, George Washington or Abraham Lincoln. Many historians pick Lincoln. He was the president at a crossroads in our country's history, the Civil War, and he fought to preserve our union. He certainly deserves consideration as our greatest president. But after studying the Revolutionary War and the incredible odds facing our country in our struggle for independence, the fact that, folks, after 8 years of war, 8 years of battle, we finally won our independence, I am 100% convinced it would not have succeeded. It would not have happened. We would not have been victorious without the leadership of George Washington. And in this portrait, I am reminded of the Battle of Monmouth. That battle was fought in June of 1778 in Monmouth County, New Jersey. Before this battle could take place, there was the winter of 1777-78 that Washington and his men spent at Valley Forge. His Continental Army was down to 12,000 men when they arrived at Valley Forge. Most were walking barefoot through the snow, their feet bloody and frostbitten. 2,000 of the 12,000 men would not survive the winter through either starvation or disease. Valley Forge was truly the low point of our fight for independence. Washington and his troops had lost battle after battle, with the British now occupying Philadelphia. As his men marched to Valley Forge to establish their encampment over the winter, Washington wrote in his diary, "To see men without clothes to cover their nakedness, without blankets to lay on, without shoes by which their marches might be traced by the blood from their feet, and almost as often without provisions as with, marching through frost and snow, and at Christmas taking up their winter quarters within a day's march of the enemy, without a house or hut to cover them till they could be built, and submitting to it without a murmur is a mark of patience and obedience, which in my opinion could scarce be paralleled." Now, there's no account of the number of log huts his troops had to build, probably around 1,000 by some estimates or more. Many squads, folks, dug their floors almost 2 feet below ground level just to reduce wind exposure. Some huts had straw roofs, some brush, some canvas. Years later, Lafayette recalled that the unfortunate soldiers were in want of everything. They had neither coats, hats, shirts, nor shoes. Their feet and legs froze till they had become almost black, and it was often necessary to amputate them. Well, on December 23rd, Washington addressed a letter to the Continental Congress that unless the Congress authorized support for his troops soon, they would be decimated by spring. There would be no army left. And while the Continental Congress did not immediately act, on January 7th, 10 teams of oxen arrived to the camp, driven by loyal Philadelphia women who brought in thousands of shirts that they had sewn under the eyes of the enemy and smuggled them into the encampment. Now, finally, on January 24th, a 5-man congressional delegation arrived, and they could witness the dire circumstances firsthand. And some supplies began arriving later that winter. But even if Washington's remaining troops survived the winter, there was really little hope they could prevail in any battle against the British. The British troops were well armed, well fed, and most importantly, well trained. They were the most formidable fighting force known. Washington's troops came from many backgrounds. They were not professional soldiers. They had no training. It was truly David versus Goliath. That all began to change in March of 1778, when Washington brought in a man by the name of Friedrich Wilhelm von Steuben. He was a soldier who had originally enlisted in the Prussian army at the age of 17 and had become an officer. And he arrived to this country and he met with Washington, who was impressed by this man's experience, his military training, his intelligence, and his quick analysis of the work and discipline needed to transform Washington's troops into a fighting force. Washington appointed von Steuben as his inspector general and major general and gave him the responsibility of training his troops. With the commander-in-chief's enthusiastic support, von Steuben implemented a uniform standard of drill and order where none had previously existed. Now, with 2 training drills a day, he selected 120 of Washington's best men to then serve as honor guard for Washington. And he then had these men, in turn, demonstrate military training to the rest of the troops. And over the next several months, transforming them into a more professional force that might stand a chance in battle against the British Army. It was critically important, folks, that Washington's army win a battle soon, as with defeat after defeat, public support for the war was waning. And so the Battle of Monmouth in June, after the winter at Valley Forge, was arguably the turning point of the Revolutionary War. Now, early in that month, Washington received information that British troops were traveling through New Jersey. Washington's plan was to catch the British by surprise. As they approached Monmouth County, Washington gave one of his generals, General Lee, command of approximately 1/3 of his troops to branch off. The plan being for Lee's and Washington's troops to converge on the British in a pincer attack. What follows next, folks, is the stuff of legend. When I look at this coin is a keepsake. It's a national treasure, a historical treasure. It has so much meaning. It's really our heritage. Getting ready to engage the British, Washington's confidence going into battle gave way to alarm as he encountered a straggler from Lee's troops bearing the news of Lee's retreat. Washington, not believing it to be true, ordered the soldier detained, that perhaps he was just a deserter. Now, Lee, by all accounts a mediocre general, timid in battle, had engaged his troops in battle, but at the first sign of resistance, had called on his troops in a full retreat. And as Washington encountered more stragglers, followed by an entire regiment in full retreat, General Washington stopped them and asked the troops if they could fight, and that they then answered him with 3 cheers. A foot soldier later reported that Washington, now in his words, seemed at that instant to be in a great passion. His looks, if not his words, indicating the importance of the moment. This critical moment in time. It's crossroads, folks. A decision needed to be made right now that would most likely determine the outcome of the Revolutionary War. This was a battle
that had to be fought and that they needed to win. Now, the encounter that took place as Washington met the retreating Lee is the stuff of American legend, folks. The subject of paintings, where you could see Washington meeting Lee. Testimony of the individuals who were present suggests that the confrontation was brief but intense. According to later testimony, Washington approached Lee and asked, with obvious anger in his voice, "What is all this? Why the retreat?" Washington broke off the exchange when he spotted more retreating units and hurried over to them, leading his men back into battle. And this is where our coin comes in, this commemorative. On his horse, leading his men back into the Battle of Monmouth. Now, von Steuben had trained the troops well. And while it was not a rout, the Continental Army held their own, and for the first time, they took it to the enemy. On July 1st, in Washington's first communication to Congress, he wrote the full report of the battle. Congress received it enthusiastically and voted a formal thanks to Washington and the Army to honor the important victory of Monmouth over the British Grand Army. Faith in Washington had been restored. I quote, "Congress became almost deferential to Washington. Public criticism of Washington all but ceased, and for the first time he was hailed as the father of our country." Love this coin, folks. There's so much history in this coin. There's so much, and it is such a great opportunity today. A dealer friend of mine who I've known for, I think, over 30 years, he's got several safes, and in one